Hello everyone and welcome to the second game of the world title match between Roel Boomstra and Alexander Schwartzman. I'm here today with Jitse Slump, I think the world's strongest international master. Jitse, you need one more norm for your Grandmaster title, is it right?
Yeah, you could say so. I've gotten quite some norms over the time, so yeah, I just need one more. Let's keep it at that.
You watched the game yesterday at home, I think.
Yeah, that's correct. I saw how they were trying to find their rhythm, and yeah, it was quite a nice beginning of the match, I think.
Yeah, it wasn't maybe the most exciting game we will see this match. Was it the kind of match you would expect for the first game?
Yeah, it's quite normal for players to check whether their opponent is really trying for something or just waiting. And I think this was a very good example of how such a match might start. So it's just quite normal. I would say.
And what do you expect for the next games in this match? We talked yesterday already a bit about how the players will go into this match, what their strategy will be. And I discussed already with Jan Groenendijk that in the previous match maybe Schwartzman was a little bit playing solid games and trying to wait a little and let Boomstra make the games. Do you think it will be the same this time?
Yeah, I think there's good chances that it will be the same this time, because Schwartzman is more like I would say he's more like someone who waits for the opponent to make a mistake. Not always, of course, but I think yeah, given the fact that his opponent is one of the most consistent players, I think he will wait to see if Roel will make maybe an error or maybe an inaccuracy. So I think that will be the case this match as well. So it will be interesting to see how Roel will deal with this in mind.
Is that also the strength of Alexander Schwartzman to wait for his opponent to make mistakes? On the other hand, you could say maybe in viewing his last World Championship, the tournament, there he was also creating interesting positions, right?
Yes, definitely, but in such a match, it's always different than a tournament situation. You know, your opponent is prepared to the bone. It will be difficult to provoke some weaknesses. So yeah, if you fight too hard, it can also backfire. So I think that's why Schwartzman in this case will try to see if the opponent makes an error. In this case, Roel.
Yeah, that's interesting because I think that's a very big difference between a tournament and a match. In a tournament, you can choose your opponents to beat. I sometimes hear the top players say that they have a special list and they just check, okay, that opponent I want to beat, that one I want to beat, and that's the one I want to beat, and the others a draw is okay. But now in the match, yeah, you have to beat Roel Boomstra or you have to beat Alexander Schwartzman. That aren't probably the players on the list at the World Championship.
No, that's correct. In every final stage of a World Championship tournament, there are some people you might have a good track record against, or just nice feelings. But yeah, in such a match, these two players are so equal. This is just yeah, a matter of details. It's not really neither Boomstra or Schwartzman is not really someone you would put on a list to beat.
Yeah, Yeah, and maybe it's good to tell for our viewers because I got a lot of questions if it's possible to view back the match of yesterday on our live stream. For yesterday, probably it isn't possible. Maybe they will work something out and it will be possible to view back. But from now on, all our live streams will be possible to view them back. So that's good to know, and we will also try to have sometimes a little bit of watch on the chat. So if you have any questions, just ask them in the chat, and we will try to answer them as well during the match.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's good to know for our viewers. Yeah, did you expect it? Yesterday we had 5,000 viewers at the highest point, I think, more than 5,000, and 95,000 unique viewers. Did you expect these kind of numbers for the live stream?
No, definitely not. I mean, in previous events, we would have could have only dreamt of those numbers. I mean, it's just really something special for a draft event to have so many viewers, and yeah, I think it's mainly due to the partnership with Twitch, which we are streaming on right now, and yeah, it's just an amazing development, and yeah, let's see how it turns out throughout the rest of the week.
Yes, yes. And meanwhile, I'm curious if we will start today at the starting time that was scheduled, because yesterday we had a kind of delay. And now we heard that, Roel told us that the story was that Schwartzman thought the starting time would be at 12 o'clock, not at 11. So that's why they started later yesterday. Hopefully today they will start a bit earlier and just scheduled at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I would guess that both Schwartzman and Boomstra would have prepared for 11 o'clock. So it's a bit of a strange situation, but at least I think now things are clear, and we should see the game start at 11. So I would not suggest that there are any problems today.
No, I don't think so. So either. So today, Schwartzman will play with the white pieces. What opening move do you expect?
Yeah, most likely 32-28, because yeah, it's just the most natural move. But I would not be surprised if Schwartzman would try something else like 33-28, just to see what Roel has in mind for other types of moves. But yeah, I would say most likely 32-28, just to see the amount of preparation yeah, he can expect.
What's interesting is that in the previous match between Boomstra and Schwartzman in 2018, Schwartzman opened almost all the games he had with white with 34-29. So
Okay.
I'm curious if he will repeat this opening or if he will try to play something else. Because Jan Groenendijk told us yesterday that Boomstra is famous for all his preparations for opening systems. So yeah, you can be sure that Roel has prepared something on this move because Schwartzman played it every time. What would you recommend Schwartzman to try this again or to play something else?
Yeah, well, it's also depends a bit on what Schwartzman has prepared, of course. I mean, I have never played such a match, but how I would try to go is probably just yeah, trust my own plans, my own preparation. It's very difficult to keep in mind that your opponent knows everything, because then you cannot play a game. So yeah, I would just try what I would have prepared, and yeah, and then see how you can deviate if you might so need to choose so yeah.
And how does this work, this opening preparation for Roel Boomstra? Because you guys are colleagues at Team NL. Um, did you do something in preparation for Roel Boomstra?
Yeah, we have monthly we go and see each other at a central location. Papendal is it called? It's called. It's a sporting center, not only for drafts but also physical sports. And of course, there are some questions that are asked and some variants that are discussed. But yeah, I would not go in detail, of course, about those. But yeah, everybody has questions, and we try to answer them accordingly and as best as we can, and try to support Roel, of course, in his preparation if he chooses to to ask us certain questions.
And now during the match, is there any contact between you and Roel, for example?
No, it's I don't personally have any contact with Roel because his team is very clear. It's he knows what he can expect from the people in his team, and I'm not part of that. So in this case, I'm not really in contact with Roel, and I think if he wanted to have me in his team, he would have he would have asked me before. So in this case, no, I don't really have any contact.
So his team now is Wouter Sitma, who is one of the elite athletes as well from the Dutch team, and Rob Klerk, which is a special one because he was the main trainer. How do you call it?
The main coach. Yes.
Main coach for the Dutch team. But nowadays he went with pension, you call it, or?
He retired. Yes.
Yes. But he came back specially for this match, right?
Yes, that's correct. I think it says a lot about the character of Rob and his willingness to just to go to the limit. I mean, it's really quite a sacrifice you need to make to be part of such a World Championship match. There's a lot of time you need to invest to help the person in this case Roel. So it's quite a feat that Rob has returned. Maybe it's just temporarily, but we'll see in the future. But I think it's wonderful because I've always had a great working experience with Rob, and so does Roel, I imagine, because Rob has been part of his team for many years. So
If I see it correctly, I thought they were already starting, but no, they wait for probably 11 o'clock to start just in time. But they're in time at the board this day, so that's a good sign.
Yes.
Let's see if we can get the players fully in our screen. That's nice to see the players. And Schwartzman talking again. Maybe that's something we will see more in this match. Do you think it's psychology, maybe?
Yeah, maybe some psychological games. I mean, I would imagine Roel is not very likely to succumb to that kind of game. But it's how Schwartzman does things, and we can expect such things.
Yeah, this is also a possibility you have during a match to make use of some psychological issues, and I'm curious. Maybe we will see this more often during the match. I don't think Roel will try to do something like that. What do you think?
No, I think Roel is just focused on his own game, and yeah, I mean, there's enough challenge on the drafts board already, so he's not very likely to involve in that kind of in that type of psychology.
No, I don't think so too. You played against both players multiple times.
Yes.
Did you experience some kind of psychological interaction during those games?
No, not really. I mean, Schwartzman is of course known for his things he does during the game, his tics, so to say. So
Yes.
yeah, maybe that's part of psychology, but I believe it has been yeah told many times that it's just something yeah he cannot help. So yeah, and yeah, with Roel, I mean. Definitely not. He's just only focused on himself, and when a game
Sorry, but do you see what's happening now? I think Roel has to tell to the main referee how to start the clock, or
oh yeah, that's quite that's quite interesting.
And what do we see? Yes.
We have the move he played before. Yes, the previous match. Okay, so yeah.
It will take a little time for me to switch to the right screen. We will have the board soon.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see how Roel will react. Maybe the same way as he did in the previous match.
He played different moves after this first move.
2025.
Okay, that's interesting. That's funny because yesterday Jan Groenendijk said that Roel likes to play 4 clocks.
Yes.
A lot. So yeah.
Yeah, this is an opening I had against Schwartzman as well in the World Championship in Tallinn. I mean, it's just a standard opening, and not really much there is to be said. I mean, Roel now goes for the most theoretical approach, which is initiated with his move 1721. And yeah, White now has several options. One of them is to go for 3126, and it has been played in the game. And now Roel will most likely go for the 4 clock. Yes, I see it has been played in this way. And yeah, this is a very theoretical position. I think both players know a lot about it, and yeah, most likely we will see the most critical variants. Yeah, the normal move is played by Schwartzman, 37-32. And sometimes in this position, when 45 is on 44, you have this idea of sacrificing a piece temporarily, and it happens after this. And the reason why 45 is on 44 in that case is because now White has a counter combination through these moves, and at the end White will be up a piece. But when 45 is on 44, there is no such combination. So that's why we see this configuration by White. So yeah, now it will be interesting to see who will try for something here.
Was this also the position you had against Schwartzman?
No, that was different. I played a different move on I think the 5th move, I played a different variation. And it also became a 4 o'clock in the end. So that was also an interesting game, but this is another development. Yeah, so now we have this positional board. And like I said, now the sacrifice doesn't work. But I believe, if I'm correct, the theory also states that in this position black can play a move like 13-18. Just
Then the idea of the 2-4-3 isn't possible anymore. So
yeah, so now
next move you can play.
For instance 16-21. But
yeah. So then it would be an idea to exchange this piece on 26,
yeah,
but then you can still take this piece back.
Yeah, correct.
By 7-12 probably. Right?
Yeah. But in the game I see 7-12 has been played.
Ah, okay.
So a different idea about rule. And as we can see, as the clock times indicate, they're still well in their preparation. So nothing new so far. Yeah, this is to be expected. I mean, both players have immense preparation.
And I think both players expected this to happen during the match, because Schwartzman, when he plays this move 34-29, he knows one of the options is that Roel played it for this 4 o'clock. Yes. So probably both players are still in their preparation.
Yeah, exactly. I think maybe we even saw this position in the last World Championship match. I believe one of the last games between these two was also in this position. So yeah, it's not a surprise to see it, and yeah, it's will be interesting to see how it continues after this. I believe I have played this position against Domchev also one time before, and in that case I changed and then changed to 31 with the idea to prohibit this move 18-22, which is quite critical in most positions. You want to make this piece go to 18, but now white can play 36 of 31-26, and yeah, black has sort of the same problems as we saw before. So if black tries to regain the piece with 1-6-7-12, then there's still this combination, and white is the piece ahead in the end.
Yeah, maybe it's also good to tell, because if we have so many viewers, then probably there will be some viewers who don't know much about drafts. So the main idea of this system, this 4 o'clock system, is to lock all these pieces, and sometimes even those pieces, because well, you cannot play this move, because then black will just take 2 pieces. But what's also very important is that this move isn't possible either, because if you change like this, then you use the piece on 35 for the 1-4-2, winning a piece.
Yes, it's one of the most critical things in a 4 o'clock, and that white can really never try to escape through means of 29-23. Yes.
And the main idea is for black to just exchange all the other pieces on the board. Because yeah, you only need 4 pieces. Well, this is not completely true. And you lock at least all those 8 pieces. But now I said it's not completely true. That's because these 2 pieces cannot move very far either. And as you mentioned, this piece on 4, this line, the pieces on this line cannot move much also. So that's why you want to develop those pieces as well.
Yeah.
Exactly. And we see now this move has been played. But he exchanged to the center.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this indicates a bit of willingness to play. I mean, still white has a backdoor option to change 34-30 on the next move. Let's say black plays 6-11, then white can possibly very well play this change and just escape the 4 o'clock. But still, this last change gives black the opportunity to change
As he did.
as he has played in the game.
Yeah, yeah.
And now there's no longer a possibility of 34-30. Okay, now we see 38-20, 22-28. Yeah, it's also very critical to occupy the center when you're locked in this position. So that's why we see white play. That's why we see white play 32-28. Yeah, now it's a bit of a question how black will try to keep the pieces on the board.
Yeah, because if white can play this, do you think white will play this move afterwards?
Yeah, maybe. It's also a bit of a psychological thing. If white plays this move, he just asked the question: do you want to let me change and have a solid position, or do you want to try for something and yeah, keep the tension? So it's also a bit of a psychological idea by white.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, and that's especially for this match the case, because I think it will be in each game maybe that Schwartzman just will play for some exchanges and make Roel think, okay, how much do you want to offer to avoid exchanges?
Yeah, definitely. So it's really one of the questions Roel also has to think about beforehand. Yeah, before the match, it's likely to have these type of positions, and it's also easier when you think about it beforehand, because then you can easily make a decision: do I want to allow this change, or do I want to avoid it?
Yeah. And we still see Roel playing quite quickly. So, do you think he has had this position on the board in his preparation?
Yeah, probably. I mean, all moves that have been played are very natural. Yeah, and as we know, they have had this position before. So yeah, I think it's very likely Roel and Schwartzman have had this position before in their preparation, but I would not be surprised if they even had it in one of their games as well.
Ah, yeah, yeah. Maybe one of our viewers can tell it to us.
Yeah.
If this was the case. Ja. Ja.
Wat wil je?
Koffie.
Yes.
And meanwhile, we're getting some coffee. That's
Yes.
also nice. Good to have added some new energy here.
Exactly.
And I see Edwin Twist is helping us in the chat. Same position now after 32-28 in Schwartzman Georgiev 2007. Georgiev won that game.
Okay.
Okay, thanks to Edwin. Yeah, so yeah, for sure both players know. But Schwartzman is taking his time now.
Yeah.
Maybe he's thinking back to that game.
Yeah, it can be various reasons why he's thinking. He could be recalling some things he has in his preparation, but also yeah, in these types of positions, you have really many options. You have the option to play 50-44, or even 46-41, 42-37, 38-32. There's so many options. Sometimes there's not even a real difference in strength. It's just the way you like to approach this particular game. So yeah, I would not say he's out of his preparation or anything. It's just a matter of taste in that respect.
And is this a critical move, this 50-44, because it can give you some ideas with combinations with 35-30 and 29-24, but on the other hand, maybe, yeah, are there also some advantages of not playing this move?
Yeah, there are some advantages of not playing this move in the sense that you are quicker to occupy the center. Let's say if you don't play 50-44, you are quicker to play 46-41, 41-37, and you have much more possibilities to control the center. But in some way, I think this move is really one that belongs in such a position, because as you said, there are some combinations. Like for instance, if White plays this move now, Black cannot play this move because then there's a small combination.
Yeah, that's also one of the most important combinations in 4-clock positions.
3 to king.
Yeah.
So I would not say it's really something you'd normally not play, and it's a matter of taste. I think the moves that White plays now, all moves are really logical and strengthen the center in some way.
And now the big question is, what do you think? Will you go for this exchange, or will you play the 4-clock?
Yeah, it's of course the most critical question in this position. Of course, there is also a possibility that Schwartzman keeps the structure as is, so as to not change right now, but later change. So maybe he plays 46-41, because in this type of in this structure, Black also doesn't have a lot of moves. One trick you can possibly see happen is maybe Black plays 14-19 and White plays 42-38, for example. Then Black cannot play 5-10 because of this small forcing idea. Maybe Black can just hang on by 9-14, but the idea is mainly that after 10-14 that White can play this move. And after this, White wins piece, taking 2. So Black has to play this. And now you have these changes, and White wins a piece in the end. So there's also a possibility that White just keeps this structure because Black has not a lot of options, and decides to change on a later stage. So maybe he just waits.
Yeah, but it's also good to state that if White will play this move, that's not something we are happy with. If we want to see an exciting game, then we will hope this move won't be played, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So it would be good for us as viewers, that this move won't be played, and Alexander just will play for his own chances for a win, not only for a draw.
Yeah, as I said, it's just psychology at this point. And even if Alexander decides to go for this change, the position afterwards, I would say it's of course it's equal, but maybe a little bit easier for Black, because Black has easy development. 6 can go to 17, and 14-19, 5-14 can be played, and White still has some issues to solve. For example, these pieces are, at the moment they are weak. They can become strong, of course, but it's something to think about.
This is also a good rule we have in drafts, that if you play a bit passively, I think we can say this exchange is passive. So if you don't go for the most interesting ideas, then in general you get a worse position, slightly worse. But
Yeah, slightly worse. Yes, so that's. I think that's one of the most important things while trying to keep it simple. That you don't play too passive, because yes, you can play passive, but sometimes when you're getting in a bit of a worse position, things can start to collapse. So yeah, that's also what Ruud was trying to accomplish in the end. That maybe getting a little bit of a better position, and then pushing until Schwartzman makes a big mistake.
and he didn't change, so that's a good sign for today.
Yeah, he played 50-44. Still, there's an option of playing 34-30 on the next move, of course. But yeah, as we said, 50 is very normal. So I would suspect that we'll go for some changes on this wing. Maybe 21-27 is something you could look at. Maybe at this point it's a bit too early, because after this change, while you do not allow this change anymore with 34-30. This piece now on 27 is a bit isolated, so it could be a bit too early, but yeah, definitely something.
In general, I learned about this exchange. If piece 49 is still there, then it's not the most interesting idea to play for black. It's not the most exciting idea. Is it right, or is it?
Yeah, definitely. When 49 is not there, there are some more options for black, because now you could see something like 28-23, after which there are many threats such as this and this. So one way to eliminate all those threats would be to change, but then you can see things like this 42-37, 6-11, and then white just changing everything.
This is not what we want to see.
No, this would be a bit of a disappointment, obviously. But I see who has played 13-18.
Always when this move is played and there's a piece on 12, you always have to check this move, right? From this moment on, you will always have to take a look at it.
Yeah, definitely.
Because after this move, white has possibilities to maybe win a piece at some point.
Yeah, it's quite interesting at this moment already, I think. I think it's mandatory to play 5-10 to combat this threat. So let's play 5-10, and it looks like black is in a bit of a pickle maybe, but these positions are very, very tricky always, because yes, on the one hand, white can sometimes win a piece, but it also does weaken your flank a little bit. So it's always a bit difficult to say what the exact value of these types of positions is. And of course, if we would see this move 28-23, it would be a terrific development to the excitingness of this game.
Yes. And maybe it's good to state for our viewers, on the right we have the live board, so that's the board where with the current position the players have, and on the left we play our moves and our analysis is seeable. So that's the difference between the two boards. So this is the current position.
Yes.
And for black, this is a logical move because, as you said, you try to develop those pieces, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So now it's an interesting question, because this can also be dangerous for white, I think.
Yeah, definitely at this very early stage, such a move is a big commitment, and I would think that Schwartzman would not play this move unless he has prepared something. Maybe some ideas, maybe not specifically from this opening, but other openings as well, just to have a general idea of how to play these positions. But as we see, Schwartzman is taking his time. So
Yes. Maybe it's good to have a short look at the match rules while Schwartzman is thinking, because this is very important as we are playing a match. We want to know what is needed to win the match. They will play 12 classical games. So today we have the second classical game, and 3 victories are needed to win the match. But now the difficult part starts, because we also have these possible tie breaks. And this is important to state. If there will be only draws in the first 6 games, then we will have a tie break on 12th of January. And we can also have a tie break if there will be only draws from game 4 to game 9, and no tie break was played on January the 12th. And if the people still, if our viewers still understand it, there can also be a tie break on the 12th of January if none of the players have reached the 3rd victory on the 19th. And these tie breaks consist first 3 rapid games, then 3 blitz games, and then super blitz games, all played till the first victory. Maybe it's more easy to show the schedule. This is the schedule. So on the first round we had a draw. Today, if there will be a victory today, then for sure there won't be a tiebreak on the 12th of January, that's clear.
Mhm.
But there can be a tiebreak on the 16th of January if from game 4 to game 9 we have only draws. Okay, it's quite. I keep on having troubles in explaining these match rules. What do you think about them?
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a reason to have rules like these to decide the match, and yeah, it's an interesting format, definitely. I mean, it's supposed to combat the drawiness of the games. I mean, I think last time we saw 1 win and the rest draws, and yeah, obviously for the public, it can be quite a bit boring to see so many draws. So yeah, I think that's one of the reasons to have a format like this, and yeah, it's something to be said about it. I mean, it's not my idea, but I can understand where they're coming from an organization standpoint.
What would be your personal best match format?
Oh, that's difficult.
Do you like the 20 games we had in the early days?
Yeah, I mean, there's something romantic about it. Thinking about matches like Saigon's Chicho from 1990. Yeah, I think those matches were some of the best there were in terms of drafts technically, and yeah, it's everything has its advantages and disadvantages, and I mean this one has the advantage of not having too many draws. But if I had to choose, I would probably say the 20 games. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also for this match, because yeah, if we now see, for example, the first game, yeah, you could have this possibility, especially if Schwarzman would remain world champion with 2020 standings.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit difficult to say. I mean, myself, I've never played matches, so it's of course it's a difficult question to answer. But yeah, from my standpoint as a draft player myself, I would just say the 20 games. Yes.
Yes, it would be great to have this system once again at some point. For example, for the match between Roel Boomstra and Jan Groenendijk, it would have been a nice one, because they are both they were both trying to win each game.
Yeah.
Then it's very interesting to have these 20 games.
Yeah, I agree. I think having more games as a result also means that you have more chances to make something happen. Even if one game, even if you lose one game, there are plenty of possibilities to bounce back, and that's why so many matches had for me such an entertaining value.
Yeah, on the other hand, you could say in this system, it doesn't matter if you lose 1 or 2 games. There's no problem. Only if you just win at least 3 games yourself, then there's no problem. So it doesn't matter if you lose games, you just have to win games.
Yeah, that's also a good point. And it also matters a lot more nowadays if you can really blitz out moves very quickly and very strongly, more than before. The blitz portion and the rapid portion have been quite decisive, and that's also a development of the last few years, and not necessarily a bad one.
Is this also something you train specifically on? These blitz games, because they are becoming more and more important?
Yeah, sometimes. Obviously, now that the computer age is more and more it's more and more accessible to play these type of blitz games. It's easier to practice, and also when World Championships in Blitz or in Rapid are scheduled, I myself and also other players from the Dutch team try to participate in them as much as possible, because we understand, of course, that it's becoming increasingly important.
Yeah, and this is also something interesting for this match, because maybe sometimes it's said that young players are the strongest players in blitz games, because I don't know, they can think quicker, maybe is the thought, or they have more experience in playing online games, and online games are played more often with little time. But we have here the 54-year-old Alexander Schwarzman. He's quite strong in rapid and blitz games as well, right?
Yeah, I think he's the one who has won the most world championships in blitz, and maybe also in rapid. I have no idea about that. But it says a lot about his skill, and also his stamina. I think to even at the end of last year in Poland, we had the world championship blitz and rapid, and he managed to win one of them. So it's even at his age, he shows that he's very capable of of playing at such a high level at such a speed.
Yeah, I checked his results for this year, and he is the current world champion blitz. He was third in the rapid world championship, and finished first in the rapid European championship. So yeah, that could also be a strategy for him, just to try to avoid any losses in the regular games and make it come to the blitz and the rapid section.
Yeah, I think that's a logical strategy, of course, and in some way he tried that the last match against Rule, I believe, because we had a big tie break day on the last day of playing, and at the end it didn't work out for him, but I think it's more of a gamble. When you play the blitz and rapid games, because anything can happen, especially after a couple of weeks of playing.
Yeah, and also again you have this switch, you could say, between a tournament and a match, because now in this tournament he has to beat a lot of players, and he has chances to beat a lot of players, but now he has to beat Roel Boomstra in the rapid and the blitz, and that's something differently. I don't know if he beat him in the previous, for example, in the previous blitz world championship. He didn't. I don't know if they played, but for sure that he didn't beat Roel.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah, so that's again something different. You can be good in beating strong players, but in beating Roel Boomstra is different thing.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, Roel is also a very strong blitz and rapid player. I think Roel also has at least one world rapid title, so that says a lot about his strengths as a quick player. So it's just a gamble who would win in such a case. But yeah, definitely exciting, of course.
Okay, and let's see what has happened in the previous minutes. They played some moves again. Can we already tell something about the current position? Do you think one of the two has a better position, or is it just personal preference?
Yeah, there's definitely some preference involved in these types of positions. I don't really think there's a lot going on, especially because White still has the opportunity to change with 34-30. But Roel has made some logical moves and is now ready to make some exchanges through the means of 21-27 and destroying White's center a little bit. So White now has to consider some options, and one of them is still this idea of playing 28-23, which is very sharp, and another idea could be to play 31-37, 37-31, excuse me, and try to occupy the field on 27. But that could also be risky.
Is there a combination then, or is 25?
Ah, yes, of course, yes. In this case, there's a combination, so that's not possible. So maybe good to show. In this case, Black can play this move and win a piece in this way, and then take 4. After which White will lose this piece in 20. So yeah, that's also critical in this position. That is not possible. So yeah.
And also another question I have is, White played this move on move 14, I think. I would think, okay, then the next move will be to close this gap, because it's always dangerous with combinations. For example, like this and this doesn't work right now, but this move and then try to make a gap here as well and take 3 pieces. But he didn't close this field right now. Is there a reason for it?
Yeah, maybe, but I'm not sure.
What could be the reason?
Yeah, I think he wanted to leave the option open to play on one hand maybe 42-38 if he believes he has to keep some pieces on the right wing, but on the other hand maybe play 43-38 and keep some control over the left wing. So maybe that's the reason behind keeping open this field on 38.
I remember one time when I was much younger, I played a game against Makadu and Jaya, I think, in Brunsum. And I was fork-locked and I played these moves very quickly because I thought, this is a strategy for white. These pieces are locked, so all the other pieces need to go to the left wing. And to the center to get a strong center. But he told me afterwards that I lost, and he told me that this move, to move your piece on 49, isn't a good idea always. It's better to wait for some time to play this piece.
Yeah.
Why is it so important not to play that? Is it because at some point maybe black can go to 27 and you get problems with combinations, or?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons, but mostly also the problem with moving piece to 49 is that there are some combinations always when this piece is gone, that you can go from 20 to 49 in this way. Yeah, there are some problems with moving this piece. Yeah, and sometimes this piece on 43 doesn't get developed any further due to these combinations, and yeah, that's why it's sometimes wise indeed to keep this piece where it is. But in this case, that will mean white doesn't really have much options.
Is it an option to play, because I don't think you really would like to play this move as well, because then your left wing gets a bit empty maybe.
Yeah, I think
probably you want this formation, this column, and the piece on somewhere here, 47 or 36, to have some strength on that wing.
Yeah, probably that would be the most logical development, I think. I think the only way Schwartzman would play this move is if he's convinced that next move he can play something like 28-23, and really start trying to attack on this wing.
And is it also an idea to play this move and then keep a gap on 43?
Yeah, it's an idea, but then most likely you would try to divert your attention only to the left side, because after this move you have lost these three pieces which are necessary to change once you are.
Yeah, that would be good for us as viewers.
Yeah, definitely.
That would make our life a bit easier. We don't have to be afraid there will be an exchange with 34-30.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, so maybe these are the things Schwartzman is thinking about, or is yeah.
And still, rule seems to be in his prep. He has a lot more time than he started with. Maybe good to say what time format it is, and it has been for quite some time now. It has been 80 minutes, so 1 hour and 20 minutes, and you gain 1 minute for every move you make. So it means he has gained up to 7 minutes already. So yeah, it's a good indicator of that he's in prep.
Yeah, and they have played 17 moves, and when you're not in your preparation, then in general, you're beneath 1 hour and 20 minutes at least.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think so too. He will be in his preparation still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this can also have an effect on Schwartzman, of course. If he sees that Wu is just blitzing out every move, it can mean that he will not go for the most critical line and just try to change right now with 34-30. And yeah, that will mean after that he has more breathing room, and his moves would come quite naturally. So that can be a decision by Alexander.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be a pity for us. Let's
Yeah,
hope,
but still there are a little bit of tension. I mean, Black after this, let's say White changes. After this, Black can play 14-19, and yeah, he has a quite harmonious development because now 5 can go to 10 and 14. Because White cannot distract Black with 30-25, because then there's just a small combination. White has to take 2, and Black takes 3. So yeah, I mean after this, yeah, it's quite a yeah, nice position for Black.
probably only chances for Black in this position, right?
Yeah, White is a bit too passive, I think. I have not counted how many attempts there are, but
Looks like much more for Black.
More for Black indeed.
Yeah, and also no disadvantages for Black. I think no weak pieces in this position, and very nice development if you play like this. Maybe 4-13 or 2-13. Yeah, it looks very nice for Black. So yeah, this is also something to think about for Schwartzman if he wants to just have a weaker position. Because in this position, I think it's completely equal, and it's just good ideas for both players. While after this exchange, the only chances are for Black.
Yeah, but we should not overcomplicate it. I mean, of course, Black is a bit better, but yeah, still there's nothing really wrong with White's position. He's a bit
after the exchange.
Yeah, he's a bit on the back foot, but his structural integrity of the position is very solid, and yeah, it would really need some errors from White to claim a big advantage for Black.
Do you think Boonstad, if he's still in his preparation, he also prepared lines after 28-23?
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's very sharp, and yeah, the one who's better prepared in that position is probably the one who would come out on top. So
is it a possibility right now to play this move?
Yeah, I think so.
And what can be the ideas now for Black? Because now it looks White doesn't have very much space anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what can be the ideas in this position?
Yeah, well, probably Black will play 5-10.
Yeah, because of this threat.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, it's a bit of a question how White proceeds here. White can think about this move to win a piece temporarily, but yeah, Black of course tries to regain the piece. And now White already needs to be a little bit careful, because yeah, if he tries to just keep going at it and try to win the piece, then Black has a small majority trap. Black plays this move, and now White would like to take this, but this is not allowed. You have to take 2, and then Black takes 3, and yeah, this is just completely winning, of course. So White needs to be careful in this position and close close some gaps in his position, and it's not so easy. Would need some time to do that. So it's very sharp. So I would not think White would go 34-30 here, but rather play something else. What that something else is, I'm not sure, but
Yeah, that would be my next question.
yeah. Yeah, maybe in this case you can play this move. But yeah, this is very sharp and difficult to say.
Are the only chances for White here to win this piece at some point, to make this column and make this this work at some point, or are there any other chances for White for a win?
Yeah, White does have some other chances, but they lie mostly in the fact that Black is a bit stuck. So maybe if Black plays 9-13 here and White plays 37-31, you could see something like 21-26, and now White playing 32-27. And in this position, Black also doesn't have a lot of moves. This is mostly due to this piece on 10. This piece on 10 really restricts Black in quite a lot of ways, because there's never any change that can be done here, or because White just takes 2 king. So yeah, at some point Black would have to probably play this move 13-19, and then you could see White really gaining the center with, for example, 47-42, and then maybe, I'm not sure how you take, probably take to 13 to ruin Black's structure. And then this position, and Black is a bit playing on 2 halves of the board, while White is really it's really easy to make some developing moves, and has a strong grip on the center. So this could be a plan that White wants to pursue.
I think there was an interesting moment in this line, because at some point I saw the bar moving up.
Okay.
At this point.
There are probably some tricks here.
Yeah, computer indicating this move is now a very nice
yes, of course.
one, because you have the problem that you want to close this gap to not allow Black to take 3 pieces. But if you do so, then you have the problem of this piece will be removed, because again, the majority rule plays its part. So you cannot take like this. You have to take 2 pieces, for example, to 13, and then Black can take 2 pieces as well.
Yeah.
And after 13-19, so you should play this move.
Yeah, but now this is obviously very very dangerous for White, because he's really caught in a chain here.
Chain lock, yeah, we
Chain lock.
discussed this idea yesterday as well in another kind of position.
Yeah.
The chain lock, that's dangerous in general, because you're locked, that's the first thing, and you always have to be careful. If this piece or this piece can be taken away, then Black can take pieces.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I think we see Schwartzman bailing out at this point. Understandably, I mean, Roel blitzing out the moves is not something I would enjoy very much, I think.
Yeah.
So this has not been played yet. Yeah, as we said, I think Black has a very harmonious position, and yes, could also play very quickly from this point onwards, and I would not.
What do you think? Is Roel happy now with his position? If we check the video, then it's not clear. He's covered his head and his hand.
Yeah, I think he's reasonably happy. Obviously, he would have loved to really get a fight out of this out of this game, out of this position as well. But yeah, even if the position is a little bit dull, at least he's reasonably on the good side, I would say. So yeah, but yeah, of course, logical decision from one hand from Schwarzman, and yeah, you'll probably try to make a strong position, and yeah, changes will follow afterwards, I think. Yeah, one of the main ideas for White would be probably after 14-19 to make this this kind of construction. Let's say play some moves. And now this kind of construction where White has his eyes on the field 24, where from where he tries to yeah, attack a little bit. In this case, it's not very. It's not a very strong attack because White is a little bit behind in development. But yeah, it's one of the ideas probably for White.
Yeah, so there are also still ideas for White to win in this.
Yeah, it's not only Black who's playing here. And Black is maybe a little bit easier to play, but yeah, nothing too serious.
Okay, so nothing to be afraid of for our Russian viewers.
No.
No, okay. Yeah, so let's see from here how it will continue. Yeah, probably we'll have a building phase from here,
Yeah, definitely.
and we'll get tensed. Yeah, we'll need some time probably to get a bit more tensed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not unexpected, but yeah, a little bit dull position. But okay, it's part of drafts as well. It's not like they've done something illegal. Or
Now, well, you have some players who really get angry when their opponents play exchanges like this and just avoid any tension. Do you experience that as well?
yeah, I have in the past. You know, there are some positions where you claim to have a little bit of an advantage when you change some pieces, and yeah, some people don't like to play that way and always try to make as much complications as possible. So yeah, you can have these types of effects where players are not happy with the way the game went. And yeah, it's every player has his own style. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's really justified, but yeah, I can understand it from some point.
I can also imagine that you are the kind of player who can also like it to be the one who is exchanging and just irritating your opponent.
Yeah,
Is
sometimes.
it true, or?
Yeah, sometimes I try to do that. I mean, especially when I'm playing against really strong grandmasters, it can be a strategy to irritate your opponent, to try to make things to make life bad for them that way, because yeah, sometimes if you play too aggressively, they can really yeah take advantage of that, and that's why I try to avoid yeah, overly taking risks sometime, and yeah, try to play a little bit more dull positions. It can be a good strategy in that sense. Yeah.
And is it then only for strategy and result reasons, or can you also enjoy playing these exchanges?
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy the game of drafts in general. So I mean,
No matter what position.
every position is,
Okay.
is great in that case. But yeah, there are some games and some positions I enjoy more than others. But yeah, mostly I'm not really the one to complain about these things. Yeah.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, what will we do? We can also make a short break for now, and then come back when they've played some more moves.
Yeah, we can.
Maybe
I
that's.
mean, it's very clear that now will be a phase where not a lot of tension is going to be. So yeah, it will be a good choice.
Okay, we will make a short break, but after the break, Jan Groenendijk will join us as well. So keep watching, and we will be back soon.
Okay, see you soon.
Hello everyone, we are back and we are back with also Jan Groenendijk. Hi Jan, welcome.
Thank you.
And hello Jitse also.
Hi Jan.
Jan and Jitse know each other
Okay.
very well, so we will see this happening soon. Jan, what do you think about the game so far today?
Yeah, it began quite interesting actually. You know, Jitse mentioned that White could have played 28-23 at some point, and yeah, I was
You've been
looking at it.
watching us.
I've been watching, yeah.
Wow, cool.
Well, just in the background, but but I was thinking about this move 28-23, and I think it could have been very interesting for Schwartzman as well, but yeah, you know, as it went, he exchanged 34-30. The 2x2 that Roel well purposely allowed maybe.
Yeah, do you think so? He wanted
Oh, well,
Schwarzman to change.
Well, I mean, this opening is designed such that you know, Black has to do very strange things to get it out of the way, and also things that are not considered positionally correct, I would say. So in a way, if White wants to make this exchange, it's always possible in this opening, I think.
So even
But,
if you play this opening with Black, then you know your opponent can change, but you don't mind.
Yes, because it's easier for Black. That's I don't know how Jitse thinks about it.
Yeah, definitely.
but,
I think just a bit easier for Black, but of course White has a solid position.
Yeah, I'm honestly a bit surprised by the moves that Roel made here. 14-19. Yeah, 14-19, 19-23. Yeah, I would say it would be more logical because, well, it would be more logical, in my opinion, to go for something like 8-13 to 8, and maybe 4 or 5-10 to exchange to 24, because on the right wing for Black, I think Black has all the control already. So with this, I believe it's called the Fabre triangle or something. It's 21, 16, 17, and the whole configuration behind it. I think, well, White cannot look for anything on that wing, and 27 is almost already in Black's control, I would say. So I'm a bit surprised by this because, well, now after 43-38, 19-23, as the game went, yes, it's of course a bit easier for Black, but it's also not so difficult for White to exchange everything. And I think in the other case that would have been more difficult maybe, because the game, or the position that we have in the game now. Yeah, White played 48-43.
Yeah.
I think Roel made a move as well.
This is the current position.
Oh, 20-25, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, as I said, it's of course a bit easier for Black, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure it will be of any danger for White if he, for example, if he exchanges you know, to 32, plays 42-38, 39-33. Yeah.
Yeah, I think in the meantime, White has also gained a lot of temps.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, exactly.
I don't think there's too much control for Black anymore.
Yeah, usually when with this configuration at 29 and 35, you would go for something like 5-10, 10-14, 14-20, and try to wait some moves and see if White well, see if white will make or will allow you to get a fork lock, so to say.
Yeah, so you
Um,
will take these pieces over here, and if white plays this move or closes the field on 33, then you can make a fork lock again.
Yeah, no, for example, if we now play the moves 5, 10, 39, 33, 10, 14, 42, 38, then 14, 20, yeah, then it's not so easy for white to exchange to 24, which you would want to do, because, for example, after 14, 19, white can exchange to 24 with a good position. But after 14, 20, it's difficult because of the piece on 35. And yeah, now white would have to wait some moves and see if black can do anything, because if black gets a piece on 19 now, white can again exchange 29, 24. But white also has to make moves in the meantime, and black, of course, wants to wait long enough such that after 30, 19, white cannot exchange 29, 24. So, yeah, I would say, yeah,
That's the
it's
reason why black played this move, right? To play against these two pieces.
yes, of course, and also not to, yeah, exactly, not to allow 35, 30, because that would really solve all white's problems, I think. But
Is this the reason?
yeah. For example, Yitz himself is known as quite a good defender. I'm not sure Yitz would be worried with white here.
No, with the variant we had, I think yeah, white has to be a bit careful he doesn't get locked. But if he manages to not get locked, there's almost no chance to lose, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Will just be yeah, drawn out position, not really much happening, I think.
Okay, so you would feel very easy in this position with white, no problems.
Yeah, first you have to make sure you don't get locked, but if you manage to do that, then I think most of the problems will be solved by then.
Yeah, I think also maybe. Oh, sorry.
Is this binding? Is it the reason why computer we see the computer in evaluation indicating minus 0.1? So slightly better for black. Is it because of this this binding? It's a bit of the weakness in white's position.
Well, yeah, it's a, white is slightly passive, and yeah, kind of has to make sure that he has to play a little bit carefully to make sure he doesn't get any disadvantage. But yeah, it's the same as yesterday. Schwarzman had to play a bit carefully to make sure he didn't get any disadvantages. I think it's the same in this game. He's slightly uncomfortable. If he exchanges 38, 32, it's kind of you can see it as a sign of okay, I'm making a draw, so to say. You played well, I'm making a draw now. But there's other things white can do. Of course, he can develop the piece on 45 maybe, and then play 29, 24 at some point.
Yeah. Maybe also, yeah, I don't know if it's going to work, but maybe a plan with 29, 24, and then 44, 40. If it's
yes, if that's if that works, that's better, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the exchange with 35, 30 is towards the center, which is the most.
Yeah.
Yeah, I expect black to play something like 5-10 maybe. To go for 44-40, then 25-30.
Yep.
And yeah, 24-19. Make sure that it's not anything.
Yeah, you
no combinations. And then 9-4, 9-14. Yeah, 39-33 probably. Yeah, it's just a draw, I think.
Yeah.
It's not much going on. or maybe after 39, 33, black can play 2-7, and it's just slightly more uncomfortable for white than for black. But
This is drafts on a square centimeter.
yeah, as they say, yeah. It's very refined playing this.
And how do you think the players are feeling right now? Is Schwartzman just completely fine with this position, and he just thinks, okay, I will play a draw, no problem, or
Yeah, I think at this point he believes this should be draw. I think he's just rechecking to see what is the best continuation to really ensure a draw. But okay, it's black who is a little bit better.
Yes, definitely.
I already asked Jitse if he would be frustrated when his opponent would try to exchange all the pieces. How do you deal with this, Jan? If your opponent is just exchanging pieces and just trying to make a draw, don't want to play any interesting positions.
Well, there are. Well, if my opponent, sometimes your opponent is not in any way known for going into a game and trying to make a draw. There are also other players who are known for that. I'm not going to not going to say any names, but I once played against Alexei Donchev, for example.
Yes.
And well, I would say he plays very solid. Let's frame it that way. And he wants to make sure he doesn't get into trouble. And he wants to make sure he doesn't get into trouble as early into the game as possible. Let's frame it that way. And I played against him, and well, he played this opening that is quite theoretical, but or we played this opening that was quite theoretical, but I played a line that was considered to be very bad, or at least not known, probably because it was very bad. But it was very complicated, and I saw some tricks here and there, and I knew it should be bad for me, but if you want to, I guess if you want to win against players like him, you should take some risks that are not completely. Well, they can also turn out the other way. So we played this game, and yeah, he actually fell for one of the tricks, and I managed to win this game. And afterwards, I was analyzing it, and it was actually completely lost for me, as I expected. So that was that's one of the things you can do. You can
That's your way of
look.
coping.
Well, you can sometimes you would just accept it and see if you can manage anything with what you're given, but
you tricked him in a way to play such an aggressive opening or position.
Well, yeah, I mean, I remember, for example, Rob. Rob used to say, "Je moet ze wat geven." You have to give them something, you have to make them believe that that suddenly they can win, and they have a position that is very good. And when you have a position that is very good, it's less likely that they would go for an easy line, and I consider it to be more likely that he would try to go for a win. If he has a winning position, he should go for a win, of course. But then
this is the difficulty of the job of Roel Boomstra, because if he gives his opponent something, the problem is his opponent is Alexander Schwartzman, and probably he will take it. and
Well,
take the 2
absolutely,
points.
absolutely. But yeah, I would say in the case of these super grandmasters, or yes, it's a different story. Then the most you can do is try to try to slightly complicate it. Try to see if he wants to go for something a bit more exciting. Sometimes um, you have to throw some things at them, so to say. So you have to give them some choices that might be good for them. But I would say Revul is not going to play it as extreme as I did against Domchev, for example, because that was just it was a bit too much. And
It's also not really in Rul's character to go for really dubious lines. Sometimes
no.
if he has looked at them before, he might go for them, but most of the time it's not in Rul's character, I think.
No, Revul is very reasonable in that sense. He just thinks if my opponent wants to make a draw, I'm going to make it difficult for him. But if he succeeds, okay, he succeeds, and on to the next game.
Yeah, he has 12 games, so another draw is not a big problem for him.
No, and I think even seeing the the way the previous match went, and then especially the rapid and blitz portion, I think Rule is very confident that he has the best chances in once it gets there, because he did kind of beat Schwarzman 2-0 in the last rapid and blitz section 3 years ago. So yeah, I'm not sure if Rule gets out of these games, or at least these 2 games with slightly better positions, and Schwarzman doesn't want to change that really, maybe in the classical portion. Then I think Rule was he's completely fine with that. He's not going to do any crazy things, because I think he's confident enough that he has the best chances in once it gets to the faster time control.
Meanwhile, we see that this move has been played, the 29-24 move.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so
maybe you could try to play 830 to avoid 44-40, but
that's true. Yes. Yes, I'm also not sure if White.
Sorry, Jan.
Oh no! You can show this, but
and the idea is to play this move, I think, right?
Yeah. White can of course can give the piece back in 40. But
yes, but now
it's still something exactly.
Yeah, now White has sort of actively given Black the square 24, which he had under his own control 2 moves ago.
Exactly.
So I think we should maybe after 8-13. I think Schwarzman maybe wants to go for 35-30 even, and in the next 2 moves bring 45 to 35, play 44-39. And it's not so clear where Black has to get his advantage from, I think. Because the white configuration is slightly passive, but it's in a way against the black position it's quite active actually. And White can he has the perfect configuration to deal with the black piece on 27, as we know. 47 and 49 in this case are of great importance.
Yeah, because then you have formations to play against the speech
Yes,
on
exactly.
27, you can always exchange it.
Exactly. As we mentioned yesterday, groups of two are.
Oh, that's a
no-
good thing. That's a good thing you say, because I quoted the famous Dutch trainer Alexander Matthijssen. I quoted him wrongly.
Oh,
And it's good we have Jitse here as well, because Jitse knows this quote. I was telling that he once said that the nice tricky question, what's the smallest amount of pieces you need for a formation? But that wasn't the question he asked. This is during European Championships for youth and World Championships for youth. We have this team moments where we come together with the whole Dutch team just ahead of the match round, and then the team captain starts to tell something to the players, just a final moment of gathering and final tips. And always we try to say something funny or interesting. So, Jitse, do you remember this the tricky question by Alex Matthijssen?
Wasn't it like the least amount of pieces you need for a combination?
Yes, that was the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was. So finally, I quoted Alex Matthijssen, but I quoted him wrongly. Yeah, this was the.
but
the
it's
nice
but it's
question.
it's still two, right?
Yeah, to
Yeah. You
Yeah,
should
so the
tell
answer-
this a bit more enthusiastic.
No, but no, I was just wondering.
No, but actually, Jitse, I think it was you who was thinking for a moment, had to think for a moment, what will it be, and then find the answer.
yeah, I answered it. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the end.
Yeah. So the thing is, because we have the famous Dutch word Z-controle. This is always very important when children are playing. We always tell them to do a final check on their move, to check if they are not missing any combinations and not falling for a trap with the move they play. But we tell this every day. So we need to find some different ways as coaches to tell it, because if you just say do your Z-controle, then they get bothered. So this was a nice way for him to tell them to check, because you only need 2 pieces. So even in positions with a very small amount of pieces, you still need to do your Z-controle.
Exactly.
Yes, definitely.
Very important.
And in the youth categories, it's I think it's safe to say that most of the games are decided in are decided when someone forgets to do their Z-control. Let's frame it that way. I remember actually one of my first European Championships. I played against, or my first European Championship in the youth was in 2008, and it was surprisingly together with Jitse.
Yeah.
And I actually won my game against Jitse in that European Championship by a combination that I think Jitse at that time, if you would have given it to him as an exercise, he would solve it within 1 second.
Strangely enough, I don't remember this game.
Oh, that's strange. I remember it like it was yesterday. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the last time I won against you. No, but well, actually, maybe that's funny to tell that that Jitse and I we played our first Dutch championship together. Actually, in the building of my club nowadays, of our club, WSTV. in Wageningen, and the Dutch Championship was held there, and Jitse actually finished above me by one, well, not one point, but one resistance point.
Yeah.
So so always remember that one.
Yeah, that I do. That I do remember.
Yeah. So it's nice that now we have this. We have kind of made this journey together
Yeah.
since 2008.
Yeah.
Maybe you can tell more together about how this works at Papendal, because nowadays you train together at Papendal.
Mhm.
I think people don't know how you can train for draws, because for other sports it's easy. For example, for athletics, they have a place and they just I don't know, start running or something.
Yeah, they have to run. Yeah, probably or.
But
Throw
how do
things,
you do train at Papendal? Are you guys just playing games all the time, or what do you do?
Yeah, analyzing games most of the time. We all of us have something in mind before we come to Papendal with some ideas or questions, and we try to answer them as a group in the best possible way. I think that's the brief description of what we do. Maybe
Yes,
you
and
can,
I would add maybe that you know, also here in this position you can see that the computer evaluation gives a certain value, but in our sports it's very easy and very accessible and very nice to be able to work with computers that much. You know, you have these databases where you can you know, search your own openings to see if any good players have played it before you, and how they continued it. And analyzing with the computer is also you know, it has become very accessible and very nice these days. But you know, sometimes when analyzing with the computer, and a lot of players are saying this, you tend to forget the practical value of certain positions. And what we try to do at Babno, of course, you can you know, check your own games with the computer, and it will say give a certain value and the main variance. And yeah, what we try to do at Papendal is to, you know, look at certain positions with each other, not with the computer, but with each other. And if one person, you know, comes in there with a question, a practical question about, you know, I don't know how to proceed this, or maybe something else. So can we maybe play this out to see how you guys would play this? You know, it's we try to look at things from a more practical perspective. And you know, if five of us or four of us think the same about a position and the computer thinks otherwise, we tend to believe the you know, the persons, because it gives much more insight into what is well, how humans think, how good players think. And
Does
I
this
think
mean
that
you aren't using the computer at all when you're at Papendal?
well, of course, we try to check for big mistakes and stuff, things we as humans miss that the computer sees. But you know, regarding positional standpoints, we tend to believe humans more than computers for sure.
And how does a normal training day, normal day at the office looks like? At what time do you start and at what time do you stop?
Well, maybe
It's a
yeah, some players stop earlier than others. No, just kidding.
that is true. That is true.
Yeah. No, but most of the times we start at 11 o'clock, and yeah, we have 2 breaks, one for lunch and one for evening dinner. And yeah, in between we just just train as hard as we can. It's really our strength that everybody gives as much as they can. It just creates a wonderful working environment, and that's mostly we continue to maybe 8:30, 9 o'clock sometimes. So it's basically the whole day. And that we do 3 days and then once a month.
Yeah, and it's safe to say that after those 3 days, we need a couple days of rest as well.
Yeah.
Just because, you're making long days when you start at 11 or 10 sometimes, and go on until maybe 8:30, 9 in the evening. And it's not as if we if someone asks that's the point. If someone asks a sincere question about their game or about their something they have a question about, of course you want to answer this and you want to as a group help this person get better. And just as Jitse said before, if Roel comes to us with a question about his preparation, of course we want to help him because I mean he's part of our group and he can ask these questions safely.
When was the last time you had this 3 days?
Beginning of December.
Yeah, I think so.
Was it all about preparation for Roel for this match?
Not all, but quite a portion, yes. I think Roel had some questions, and we did make quite a bit of time to answer those. Yes.
Yeah.
Is it also about
sure.
psychology or all about technique?
Well, I would say mostly technical. About the psychology of matches like this, I would say Roel has other persons to to talk about to talk to about that. And we are mostly good drafts players, not good psychologists, so to say.
But we can't forget to mention that since Bayakin is our coach, our main coach, is that he also one day of 3 days we have in Papendal. He also likes to come and put some nice positions on the board and challenge us to find answers.
Yeah.
So that's also one day of 3.
Yeah. Alexander always has these nice one-liners about positions, and he puts up this position, and we are as draft players, if someone puts up a new position, you tend to start calculating some lines, and the first thing you ask is who's to move, and Alexander always says you don't calculate, only look. So we're all I guess the first time we heard that we were all quite stumbled actually. So what what is he saying? Don't calculate, only look.
That's interesting because
and actually
we
up
training
until
sessions at Wageningen, you know what I'm going to say, or
oh yeah.
if we have the training sessions at Wageningen, we ask questions to Jan Groenek. We, as the not so strong players, ask Jan about positions, and we always ask, okay, what's your opinion about this? Just your first opinion. And then Jan always says, well, normally I would just calculate this position and calculate what's worth it.
Yeah. yeah, I think Jitsi can agree on that. One of the strongest calculators in the world, I think.
Yeah, that's too much of an honor, but yeah.
I mean,
Some positions, yeah, of course.
I remember our game of from the World Championship, for example. There's some lines that would make other persons, feel quite well. It would feel dangerous for a normal human being, but Jitsi just calculates that it is a draw and and plays it.
Yeah.
I think it was even the Wool that afterwards came to me and said, it's very irritating about this Jitsi guy that he, this feels like it should be losing, but he calculates that it is a draw and then just plays it. I was like, yeah, it's actually.
Yeah, it's true. If I think it's a draw, then I'll play it because yeah.
Yeah, of course. So actually, about the position,
Yeah.
I think
Some moves.
I think we've seen the line that we kind of expected.
Yeah.
So White's next move is probably going to be 40-35, and
Yeah, black is to move there at this moment.
yeah. Yeah, but I expect well, maybe it's not so clear what black has to do, because probably doesn't want to play 17-22 because he will get driven away from 27, and then suddenly White is the one who controls the center by 39-33. Yeah, so 37-32. So black has to move this piece because otherwise it gets captured, and then 39-33, and suddenly suddenly maybe it's well, black doesn't have to be worried or anything, but
yeah, now White can gain the center, control over the center.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly, and I think White is not worried here anymore, and he's slightly better even. So for black, it's not easy to make progress here, because 14-19. Yeah, you well, if you're trying to play for some kind of advantage with black, 14-19 is kind of saying, okay, let's make a draw.
Yeah.
Because White can exchange this piece on 24 backwards, and then exchange the piece on 27, and both players start looking at their notation, like did we reach 40 yet?
Yeah.
Or people start looking at you like, is this it? I think one player that comes to Jitsi's mind right now is very famous for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can say his name. It's
yeah, no, it's there's one player, Amralayev. It's very very clear that when he's looking for a draw, and yeah, it's not really going anywhere. He just looks you in the eye and it's like non-verbally it's like yeah, this is just a draw. What are we doing here?
Why are we sitting here still?
Yeah, in Italy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very, but it's very nice to see this in action actually. So
yeah,
you can.
We should have him here on the video screen.
Well, it would be very nice actually. He's a very nice guy,
yeah.
and also as a player he's well, I wouldn't consider him to be one of the players that's always looking for a draw, but
Not the most interesting player.
No, he tries to play it safe once in a while, but these things, as we're saying, the fact that he's looking at you like, is this it? it shows that he's psychologically quite strong actually, and it can throw you off sometimes.
Yeah.
And it's your job to not be affected by any of that. I remember that the first time he did that to me, um, I actually I actually went on to play went to play on for I think another 30 moves, even though we could have made a draw immediately. There was absolutely nothing going on. But just because he was doing this, I I thought, okay, you're not done here.
Yeah.
Even though he was kind of done because there was nothing going on. So that's the kind of counter you can make to such a thing. But also about saying about playing on in positions that are completely drawn. There's this famous example of Vadim Virni, the German grandmaster, who if someone offers a draw against him in a game where he was the one pressing for the win, then he will he will make you sit there for another, as long as he can manage. He will not accept the fact that you just offered a draw against him. Just
Yeah, we
because
have
he,
some unwritten laws in drafts, and one of them
Yeah,
is that
definitely.
you cannot offer a draw when you always were the worst, had the worst position, and you had to defend the entire game. Then you're not the one who's going to
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's considered quite well, rude-ish to do that. But
But also I had a game in some European Championship for women. I don't know against who it was, but I had my opponent had the slightly better position the entire game, and we end up in an end game which was totally drawish, maybe 3 kings against 1, something like that. Maybe I even had some pieces, and I was waiting for my opponent to say, okay, let's agree on a draw, because I thought, okay, I should, according to this unwritten rule, I have to wait for my opponent. But at some moment I thought, okay, I don't know what's happening here. It's totally a draw. So maybe it wasn't even 3 kings against 1, but 4 against 2 or something. There wasn't even something she could try. So at some point I just asked, and she was a bit frustrated because she said to me, "Yeah, you should ask it first." So sometimes you can get some misunderstandings as well. So we were both waiting for the other one to say, okay, let's make it a draw.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe some cultural things also involved.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, but in general, this is quite common rule.
yeah, it's if you're the one that has played for essentially for a win the whole game, you're the one to say, okay, let's make a draw.
Yeah.
And well, of course, there are certain games, or also certain games that I've played where my playing for the win went a bit too far, and I actually got a slightly worse position, and then I was like, okay, let's make a draw, and then they say no. And then then you feel a bit
Yeah, that also happens.
Yes, of course.
Meanwhile, we see who has made his decision and played 1822.
That's interesting. Okay. So I would say the sole purpose of 1822 is to develop the piece on 9 and to make this formation to exchange the white piece on 24. So the next black moves I expect to be 13-18, 9-13, and 3-8 probably. And then it's white's turn to to find something against this, because if Black exchanges this piece and White in the meantime damages his own structure, can get a bit tricky. But yeah, I expect after 13-18, maybe it's Black's plan to play 18-23 even.
Yeah.
It also looks quite
Maybe after
logical.
33-29, then maybe even 2-7 to prepare.
Yeah. Or maybe White exchanges 38 times 33 now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so computer thinks it's slightly easier for White, but yeah, it should be not too big of a problem for Black. This, but of course, I think doesn't want to go for this right now.
No, maybe just play 9-13 instead. After this, in this position.
And then what's the idea? Because now you give up this this important formation. Will you change backwards at some point to have this formation? Don't think so, right? Or
I'd say the first goal is to play 3-8 and exchange forward.
yeah.
Because at this point, center control is much more important than this formation 3-9-14. I think that's why Black also has played quite aggressively with 18-22, just to have all these blocks of 2, and once another piece gets into the attack, there are blocks of 3. I think that's the it's kind of an easy way to say it, but he wants to exchange 13-19 forward, and then play 19-23 and 23-28, and make his attack stronger that way.
But it's not
and
so
of course,
easy, right? Because if White plays maybe, let's say, 40-35, maybe to
yeah, I would say
discourage 14-19 at some point.
Yeah, I'd say it's White is ready to exchange back to 24. That's what you're saying, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the plan that Rule chose here is the correct one, actually.
Yeah, because if we look at the computer evaluation, now it says plus 0.4.
Oh, that's actually quite
something.
high.
But
well, for this kind of position, it's actually quite high.
Yeah.
No, that's not saying that White is winning in any way, but
so maybe it's good to tell also the indication of 0. Plus 0.4. It means if it's on 1, then it should be one piece more for White. So
yes, exactly.
Yeah, 0.4, almost half a piece. That's already quite something.
Yeah.
Why do you think the computer indicates gives this advantage to White? What do you think?
Yeah, it's a bit of a combination. I think combination of things. I think Black doesn't have the best of his pieces are a bit off-centered. I mean, if you count from the middle, it's like 6 pieces on the left and 3 on the right. So if you just purely look at that, it's a bit off center, and White has a bit of a foothold on 24. It's not easy to get White away from there, and also right now it's still a bit of a battle for a center. But if we look closely, White can actually start to make more progress towards the center than Black, with moves like 38-32 and maybe or maybe 38-33 and 37-32. It's White has a bit of a choice how to go about getting the center here, while Black is a bit stuck here. These two pieces here are a bit, yeah, behind their own black pieces. So yeah, the White has a bit more freedom, I would say.
Yeah, I think there's a famous saying of one of Jits's team members at Van Stichtans, and it's about ice and bite.
Gantoir.
And yeah, it's by indeed the old world champion Anatoly Gantoir, and he always he has very strong opinions, I would say, about certain things. Jitse knows that a bit better than I do, but yeah. So here, this is a very clear example that that White. Oh wait, I cannot do anything. No, it's okay. But this is a very clear example. This is a clear example that that Black has. So what is meant by ice and bite is that bite is when Black has the piece on 15, and White can make. Well, he can use this piece. He can make combinations with it. For example, if I make the most stupid moves possible, for example, 3-8. Let's see, yeah, 38-33, and well, let's make something up 14-19. Then White can use this piece to exchange towards 20. But even when he plays 30-25, and yeah.
Yeah, so
I knew it. No, but I mean, this piece on 15 can be of use for sure. While on the other side, White doesn't have the piece on 36. Which means that, well, in this case, if we play 13-18, 33-29, as Jits explained, Black is kind of blocked between, or kind of blocked behind his own line of pieces, 27, 22, 18, 13. And the other pieces cannot really, well, they cannot go, well, into the center because, the other line of pieces is there and it's perfectly blockaded by the line of White pieces behind it. So if the line 40, 20, the same line that Black has, so 24, 29, 33, 38. So these two lines are kind of, confronting each other. And the difference is that White has this formation 24, 29, 33, which he can use to make progress on this other wing. And while the Black pieces on 12 and 17, the only thing they can do is go towards 26, and they stop. They cannot make any progress on that wing. The next thing Black can do is 27, 31. And, in draughts, it's always, I think we mentioned it yesterday too. You want to have your position as central as possible, and this is a clear example that Black has. Some pieces in the center, but his progress is not towards the center. It's going towards the edges only, and I think that is the most important difference between the White and the Black position here.
So it's more about gaining a breakthrough than having the center maybe in this position.
Well, maybe it's not even the goal of White's goal to break through on the right side, but he is the one who has the control over the center, while the Black pieces, they are momentarily in the center, but they are blocked by the White pieces, and Black cannot make any progress towards the center. That's the difference. While, as Jitse mentioned, White can play 38-33, exchange this piece on 27 forward, and immediately it's clear that white has control over the square 28, while black, well, doesn't doesn't even come close to controlling the square on 28.
Yeah. And I think
So-
we saw Roel play 2-7
Yes.
actually in this position,
That's also interesting.
which, yeah,
So maybe he is trying to. Let's see. Maybe he's preparing 13-18. That could be possible.
Mhm.
Because as we mentioned, if black played 13-18, 33-29, and then 2-7, white has this exchange 38-32, breaking the black formation.
Maybe he didn't want to allow this this move.
yeah.
Yes, for sure. So now he has prepared a little trick.
Jan, when I take a look at the clock, I know you have to study a little.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
true.
want to sound like your mom or something, but maybe.
Well, you do a good job actually.
Maybe we have to say goodbye for today, and because we
Yeah,
will see
yeah,
you
yeah.
tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
Tomorrow you will.
So I'll leave you two, and
Yeah.
of
Wait
course,
for one
good-
moment.
good-
I will switch to. We switch just for a few moments, few minutes to the break, and then we will be back, but without Jan.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot for interrupting your study time.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, it was great fun.
Thanks for
And to
the
all the
patience.
viewers, see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. See you tomorrow.
Okay, bye.
Yes, bye.
Okay. Okay, we had some technical problems, but now we are back and we are hearable again. We just see a move has been played. 40-35. What
Yeah.
do you think, Jitse? Will we see some exchanges soon, or will it get excited?
Yeah, difficult to say at this point. I mean, it's a fairly equal position, I would guess. But yeah, of course, there are many variants in which there could be changes. One I have on my eye at the moment is something like 13-18, and if white plays 43-39, 18-23, and white decides to go in between, then black always has these majority tricks. For example, in this case, this move 27-32, and white has to take 3 by means of these, and then black taking 3, which would result in a very dry position, of course. So yeah, that could happen at any moment if they so decide. This last move is a bit of a move you rather not like to play as white, because when you play 40-35, it means it can never go to the center anymore, this piece in 40. Of course, now it would be very difficult to play 40-34 because of 14-20. I don't see any combinations in this case, so in this case it will be very difficult, but yeah, you can imagine.
Yeah, because you cannot close, huh?
Yeah,
that's good
right.
to show as well.
Because if you close, you can close in two ways. For example, in this way, now black can play this move. You have to take 2, and black takes 3. So this will be losing, and also the other side is obviously not very nice, but it's same trick. White has to take 2, and black can get a free breakthrough. So it would not be possible to get this piece to the center, but you can imagine if some more pieces get changed, this could be a possibility at some point. But okay, white decides to give up on that idea completely, and we see 13-18 played by Roel. Yeah, it's a bit of a mystery as to what Alexander will play next. Of course, he could change at this moment. I think. Yeah, and try to take control of the center a bit. Maybe change like this next. You have to be careful. For example, for something like 14-20 and 18-23, you don't lose a piece. But in this case, there's no danger because of quite a known trick. And when you have these pieces lined up, you can play this move. And now play this. And there's a big capture of the king. So yeah. In this case, this would be possible. I'm not sure if we will see this, but definitely possible.
Yeah, and sorry, no, 13 yeah.
Yeah, this is the position right now. So yeah, I think most logical would be 33-28, but also 43-39 is not really a strange move, but maybe you would like to keep these 3 as a possible backup for changing this piece in the future.
And is it clear who is playing for a win in this position?
No, not at all. Actually, I think if you would have asked me about 15 moves ago, I would say black. But at this point, yeah, white is sort of back in the game. I would say it's yeah, he has some things to look forward to, especially like Jan explained to us about ice and white. This piece of 15 is something white can always look to exploit in some way.
Yeah, we just have to see. So yeah, you expect this this exchange.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, maybe also 43, but yeah, this will seem logical to me.
Now it looks a bit like this is one part of pieces, and you have the other pieces. It looks a bit separated.
Yes, but I think with some careful play, these pieces should at some point realign, and I think that will mean some nice coordination for white. Although I see now maybe black can play 1822. I'm not sure. It's, you have to calculate some things here because now you would most likely want to play a move like 43, but then black has this majority again, taking 3, winning at least one piece, maybe 2. So yeah, definitely something to think about here for Alexander.
What are the other options for white to play here?
Yeah, I would say 43. Yeah, it's also possible. Many options. I don't think Alexander would like to play 33-29 here because this allows black to reorganize a bit in this fashion. And now these 3 pieces are a bit separated. It's not so easy to connect them to the rest of the pieces. Even though this should still be reasonably fine for white.
Yeah, they look a bit lonely.
Yeah. Yeah, this is yeah, something to think about for white.
Yeah, and if you play this move, what will be the plan for white?
Yeah, I think in the end, still try to connect these 3 pieces with the rest of the board. You can always hope for some strange moves like 7-11. This would be a horrible move because now you reinstate the idea of the two lines against each other with 33-29 because of the missing of piece of piece 7. You can never exchange anymore because there's a hole on 7. So this would be disastrous for black. But yeah, maybe after a move like maybe 17-21 or 18-23, I'm not really sure what is best here. Yeah, it's can be quite large. As I mentioned before, this is still in a position. These changes, and black can even play this, of course. Yeah, also with quite equal position, I think. Maybe slightly bit better for black because these pieces are a bit on the edge of the board. Yeah, it's definitely quite a decision for white.
Yeah, and they still have quite some time left.
Yeah.
Alexander Schwartzman still 32 minutes, Wolf still 37. So they have time to think. They can take their time and let us wait for the next move. Yeah, where is he thinking about that at this moment? About will he play this move or this move, or do you think he's also thinking about, okay, will I try for something, or how can I go to draw as fast as possible.
Yeah, I think around about this stage, when you still have a little bit of extra time to think about these things, he will definitely ask himself, do I see myself winning in any case in this position, from this position, I mean. And yeah, that would be something that is crossing his mind probably. And yeah, further than that, he's just calculating, I think, trying to determine what are the best possibilities. And yeah, maybe if he decides he doesn't like the position, he will try to go for something drawish. But I don't know. I don't think there's any particular reason to really yeah, go for a draw at this point. I think there's still plenty of possibilities to play. Yeah. Yeah, I think just equal his position, but it can go either way.
Yeah, and I think if we look at them, they look still quite relaxed. It's so easy when you have still 30 minutes left, and there's nothing to be really scared of when you have such a position like this.
Yeah.
And it's easy to play these kind of positions. Do you think they also think about their energy and maybe just think, okay, well, don't make it too difficult for me because it's such a long match. Maybe I play just the first few games. I just play, try to rest a little bit during the games even. Is it possible, or do you think they just have enough energy and they will use all the energy they have in the game and then they have enough time to rest?
No, I think Schwartzman is very particular about conserving energy. I think he's shown it many times in World Championships also, where he's seemingly quite happy with very fast draws to conserve energy. I mean, Roel sometimes does it as well, but I think not as often as Schwartzman. No, I think whenever they see a draw approaching, they will definitely think about conserving energy. But I think that stage has not been reached yet, because there's still quite some pieces on the board, and yeah, still enough to play for.
And which color do you prefer in this position? Would you like to play with the white pieces or the black pieces if you had to choose?
Yeah, it's a difficult thing to say. It's if you look at the position, maybe I would say, if you just give me the position with no knowledges, I would maybe say black. But yeah, with some analysis, it might turn out differently. It's really a position you need to calculate carefully to determine the value of, and yeah, that's what they're doing right now. So yeah, we might see quite some time without moves, because they're just trying to determine how to proceed.
Yeah, and then it's becoming interesting when will we see the first victory in this match. I don't think the chance is very big that it will be today. But maybe an interesting question for you is when was the last time these players lost a regular game? Because they are so strong, they don't lose that many games.
Yeah, it's
What do you know it for Alexander Schwartzman when his last loss in a regular game came? Of course, also a question for the viewers at home.
Yeah,
they can make a guess.
Good question. Yeah, of course, Alexander lost against Roel in the previous match, but that's already 2 years ago. So I have to imagine
even more, almost 4 years.
4 years ago.
Yeah, or 3 years. Yeah.
3 years. Yeah. Yeah, I would have to imagine. Yeah, in all those time did he lose another game? I'm not sure. I don't think so actually, but it could be wrong. Maybe I know. By the way, because I played in the World Championship in the Ivory Coast, and Swartzman lost the game against Suarez, a very tricky African opponent. So maybe it was that game.
Yes, that's completely right.
Yes,
Yeah.
I thought so.
On the 23rd of September in 2019.
So quite some time ago.
Quite some time ago. Yeah, they don't lose very often. And
No.
same question for Roel.
Yeah, that's more difficult because Roel hasn't lost a game in a World Championship match. Maybe it was against Moreno Manzana or something. I think he lost some game in some World Team Championship competition, but I'm not sure if he lost again after that. But I would say Moreno Manzana, but I'm not sure.
When was that?
Yeah, maybe 2016 or something, 17.
Yeah, later he lost once against Maap and Linse in
Yes.
Nijmegen. He
Yeah.
fell for a trap. Royal.
Also 2-3 years ago maybe.
In 2018. Yeah, so
Oh, sorry.
already quite some
Yeah.
some time ago as well. Yeah.
3.5 years.
Yeah. But who was the last one to beat him in not a regular game, but other time controls?
Hmm.
You should know this.
Oh, that's probably myself.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's you.
I won in the Dutch Championship Rapid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was quite a fortunate win because I was losing, but yeah.
But still, it's a
Yeah,
good
it's-
thing to stay. That was the last one beating
Yeah.
Roel.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. Okay, so we see he has played 30-25. I did not mention this move because, I didn't really think it would be any good, but okay, it has some ideas. Yeah, it's mainly just a waiting move, I think. There are also some tricky lines. Maybe I'm thinking about 1823 in this moment, but maybe White can play 24-19 still. So something they are probably calculating. Looks like White cannot play this because of this,
Yeah.
and Black can go to King. But after White plays 10-5, it's not really clear how the Black King gets out.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's a threat, of course, this move, and then Black has to take, and Black King gets captured.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, and if you move away, it will still.
yeah. If you move
still
away,
help,
I
right?
will
Take two and then.
then the Black King gets captured along with 2 pieces. But maybe Black can play this because I'm looking at this move now with the idea of if you capture the king right now, then Black can take, for example, to this field, and then.
Oh, but there's a problem.
Oh
You
yeah,
have
oh
these
yeah.
on
You
seven
can
as
take,
well.
you can take 7 as well. Yeah. So no, in
Yeah,
this
so-
case.
yeah.
In this case, there's no escape in that variant.
Wow, that's a nice variation.
Yeah, so,
and also you change like this because your king will also be captured. You cannot take here,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
the king will take, and if you go here, then the piece will take. Wow,
Yeah.
that's a nice variation. Nice line.
So who's probably aware of this? I'm not sure if there is any other option if he has played 1823 at this moment. Of course, he will not play this if he sees it as prohibited. So yeah, that's probably one of the reasons why Schwartzman played 30-25. Now it might be tempting to change for Black with 14-20 to claim after these changes. that you have to center. But yeah, it's not really clear because yeah, black doesn't really have a lot of pieces on his right wing. There's only 2 pieces really. So maybe white can do something. It's not really clear what exactly, but
Yeah, white is far away on that
Yeah.
that wing as well, but yeah, it looks a bit empty.
yeah, maybe play like this, and then black has to come up with something as well. Yeah, could be a possibility. Yeah, so maybe like this, and then black is in time to play 3-9. And if you play 34-30 still and 9-14, then yeah, I don't think there's much for white to gain in this position.
But now maybe if you go in between and black plays like this, then there's only one piece over here. Can these pieces go to?
Yeah,
king there?
you could try it.
Well, it will take some time for
Yeah.
these pieces to go there and here.
Yeah, it's not clear. Yeah, white does have a clear plan of just going like this and then trying to go to king. So
Takes
yeah,
some time, but it is a
it
plan.
does take some time, but yes. Yeah, I don't really think black should play this actually. It can be dangerous. So maybe in this case, can play this move right away. Yeah, this is more difficult to tackle for white. I think.
Yeah, now it's not so easy to go any further on that
No.
that wing on the right. Yeah.
No, exactly. No, because any things you try with, for example, going to 19 can always be tackled with this move, with 2 against 3. So there are no options of a breakthrough. So yeah. So this could happen 14-20. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a logical line. But probably, yeah, for sure, Schwartzman checked this line as well. He wasn't just hoping for the other
No,
other line.
Of
and
course,
just,
he has looked at this and possibly thought it would be easy to hold. But it's still something black can try at least.
yeah, because now it's also not so easy to change this piece anymore.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, because I was looking at this line. Maybe change here. But yeah, this gap here is always made use of by black, and white has to be careful not to lose a piece or lose a lot of ground with this move. So yeah.
Ah, but 1721.
Okay, they played another game. They played another move. 1721. So Lou probably saw something better or was not really happy about 14-20.
Yeah. Yeah, should be one of the 2 options. Yeah.
Yeah, now we have a bit of a question about how long can black keep this formation intact, because it's crucial to keep this, because white always is trying to play this move to reinstate the lines against each other, but now black is in time to change, and now his pieces will be developed quite easily.
Yeah, maybe
So-
the question is also what Schwartzman wants now.
Yeah,
Because if he doesn't want anything, then
then
is
he
it,
can play this.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
yeah, this and this, and then
Yeah.
afterwards exchange this piece, and then there aren't many pieces left anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Could that also be an idea if that Rule just played this move and thought, okay, you can take this exchange and we have a draw?
Yeah, possibly. I think at some point you, when things are not going really great, you say goodbye to a game, and maybe this is the moment the Rule said, okay, today is not the day, and let's make a draw. It could be. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because if he plays like this and then this,
Yeah, Rule will have to
yeah,
play this. Yeah, you can also think about. My normal reaction would be to change forward, but now that I look at it, you can also think about going backwards. Yeah, it's a bit of a choice. Maybe backwards. Maybe this is still a bit of a try, because now you can get your pieces easily to the center. But still, it's not really much, of course.
is this the kind of position where grandmasters agree on a draw, or when they have 40 moves, of course, or is it still something to play for with one of the two colors
Yeah, I think.
in a game between two grandmasters?
Yeah, sometimes this could be the moment they say, okay, we will just play draw. But I think in this match, probably with even the slightest advantage, they will really play for it, because yeah, you never know when an opponent is going to collapse, because there are so many moments to collapse, because so just really draining on everything such a match. So maybe this will be played, but played to the end game. But yes, not sure. So really also a question: Does Schwartzman think he's still better here, or what is his thought about this position? He thinks he can play for something. Maybe he will try to change, like I wanted to before.
And then still the plans to go for the center, or to try to go for a
Yeah.
breakthrough?
Firstly, try to make this column to make contact with this piece on 15. That's the first thing he will try. Yeah, after that maybe he will. I think he will play something like this, and then maybe he will go to 28. But that's not very clear.
Yeah, then he can make use of the same trick as we saw if you play here and then go in between, and then this
Yeah, definitely.
a 3-for-3 trick.
Yeah, it's in quite a lot of positions. It can be one of the most important tricks. Maybe, for example, if you play this. Yeah, just some random moves. Now in this position you have this trick. But I see they have played something else. I think Schwartzman has played 24-20.
Yeah,
So maybe
Yeah,
he
that's
was just
exactly
thinking, okay, let's make a draw.
yeah.
Okay, and Rule has not yet decided. Of
No,
taking
no,
back a
he's
pawn.
thinking at this moment. I didn't check them when they were playing these exchanges, if they had a small conversation. I don't think so. I think they would just play to 40 moves and then see if they want to agree for a draw, not on forehand.
Yeah, exactly.
Ah, and he's taking forward, as I see it correctly.
Yeah, logical. It was first thing I was thinking about, but yeah, back was also possible.
I had one time when Rob Klerk was the trainer at the juniors training, the national juniors training. I played a game in Dutch championship. I think it was against Nina Hoekman.
Okay.
And I had this choice between taking forward or taking backwards. And I think I took backwards, but I asked him, "What is there a general rule?" And he told me that you should always take.
Yeah,
Take forward.
most of, yeah. There are always exceptions, but yeah, most of the time it's just forward.
And now you can always, because it looks more solid on this wing if you have these two defenders.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, like this, you also have the defense. If you go here, you can still take backwards and have the piece on 4.
Yeah,
So it's
exactly.
not easy to attack this wing. Well, maybe it looks a bit more empty somehow. Yeah, you still have this. Don't have to be afraid for an attack on that wing.
Yeah, making some logical moves.
Okay, what's your guess? Will this be a draw on move 40 or will they continue to play?
No, I think Go will play.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I will go for the draw on move 40. So let's see what. Maybe we can do some gambling. I don't know if maybe it's not allowed to do to do real gambling.
No.
We should have a website like that for the World Championship chess. They had this site. I don't know if it was real gambling or just for fun, but you could guess the result, of course, but also in how many moves. So a nice one.
Yeah.
And
If
I
you
don't
would have
know.
gotten that right, you would get a lot of money out of it. I would guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, a draw on move 40 is maybe the safest guess.
Yeah.
And
Maybe like 1.5 times
yeah.
the input. Yeah.
And another guess was, I think, the opening line. You could also for each round you could
Yeah.
do the guess. Maybe we should start something like that. Maybe one of our viewers can make a site for it and.
Yeah, I would imagine that would be big business.
Well, with all these viewers, maybe on Twitch, maybe they can make something, and yeah.
But I never know.
Maybe we should make it and make big money out of it. That would be good.
Yeah. No, I think it would be quite possible. I think there are a lot of sites where you can do such things these days. Yeah, I'm not really involved in it, but I know for cycling and all types of physical sports, it already exists.
Yeah, and for soccer, if you watch television, then you see a lot of in the Netherlands. You see a lot of soccer gambling websites. Yeah.
Yeah, I think considering also their clock times that both have more than 20 minutes, this is really edging towards a draw. But yeah, it's not over till it's over, of course.
Could it also be some psychological thing to just continue to play? For example, for a rule, just to show I don't want to draw, so I will try everything.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it happens a lot where people just
even though he knows this will be a draw, still he just continues to play to show I'm the stronger player. Something like that.
Maybe even something like that, but also just the draining on your opponent. Making sure that he knows you will do anything you can do to make him suffer. Yeah.
I read a story about about a chess player in a world title match, and he just said to himself before the match started, "I will never agree on a draw. So I will always play until it's a draw by rules."
Oh yeah.
So I will continue to play. If we compare it to drafts, I will continue to play until, for example, 3 against 1 king end game, and we play the 16 moves.
Yeah.
And then the referee or my opponent has to really claim the draw, and then I will give the draw.
Yeah.
But I won't do it at any other moment.
Or maybe a threefold repetition.
Yeah,
Something like that.
yeah. That's something in chess is more often. I think it's more common. Yeah. But that can be irritating for the opponent, and also he had at some point his opponent, of course, knew this was the plan, and his opponent thought at some point, okay, then I won't accept the draw as well, and they came up into an endgame. Compared to draws, maybe 4 against 2 kings, so no one could claim it. I think it was something like this. They couldn't claim it, and then they had the problem that both were just playing, and he also wanted to draw. I think there was a
draw
offer,
offer
right?
by Alexander.
So now we have the moment for Boel to think if he wants to accept it or keep on playing.
I think at this point could be an indicator of the rest of the match. If Roel accepts, and
we should take a closer look at them right now. Let's see if I can get them a bit more close. Important moment in this match. Will Roel accept the draw or?
Schwartzman is looking at him like, is this it?
A bit like Milayev.
Yes.
Yeah, it's 28 minutes. You can think for 28 minutes and then say, yeah, okay. Because you won't lose the
right to
to agree on it.
And if then if your opponent doesn't agree,
it's not possible.
It's not possible.
He has now asked for a draw, so I think Roel can wait.
Yeah,
until his last second, I think.
I don't think I have ever tried that to let my time run all the way. But
would be a funny thing. Would be a problem for us as well, because then we have to talk for 28 minutes.
Yeah.
But it would be fun.
But looks like Roel is really thinking about making something happen still.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know where he's thinking.
I mean, if he would be content with a draw, I think he would have accepted already.
Yeah. Yeah, it could also be psychology. And then agree on it. You see Schwartzman looking at on some moments.
Yeah, I think Roel is just calculating what happens after a move like 7-12.
Okay, wait a second. I go back to our boards.
Maybe like 7-12, and of course now there's a bit of a threat to change this piece on the 24. So might probably play 24-20, 21-26. Change. Would probably evaluating this position, seeing if there are any chances left. Yeah, if I would have this position, I would not really be scared of white, but yeah, it is black a bit better, I think.
Would you try to keep on playing for a win here with the black pieces? If Schwartzman offers you a draw?
No, then I would probably accept it. But yeah, in a match situation is also different, of course.
Yeah.
So maybe in a match situation, yeah, then I would maybe play on because that's not every time you get a better position.
Do you think it also matters for the players who gets the image maybe by the viewers or press, the player who's trying to play for a win and the player who's just avoiding interesting games, because at some moment you get this name.
Mm-hmm.
One of the two players gets the name, okay, he is always trying, and the other one is a bit of the nasty one for the viewers, and he just tries to play for a draw. Do you think it matters for them that they try to be
No,
good in the news?
no, I don't really think so. Maybe other players, if there were other players playing this match, maybe it would be of any effect. But especially with Wu, I don't think he really cares about what people think about him, because yeah, he has his own mission. He will do whatever is in his possibility to get to that mission, and yeah, the style doesn't matter if he gets any style points. He just plays to win. So I don't really think in this case it would be of any issue for the players if they get a name for trying to make the game dull or anything. So no, in this case I don't think so.
And I think Schwartzman won't bother it either. He
No.
just plays for the result, and
Yeah, exactly.
for him, I think it doesn't matter on what way. Just the result. It's the only thing that counts.
But we have not seen 7-12 yet, so maybe Roel is still thinking about the draw offer. Of course, he can also change right away in this position. That's also a possibility, but yeah. I think then he's a bit too late to occupy the center.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really edging towards his wall.
Yeah, with so little pieces, doesn't look like anyone is going to win here.
Yeah, probably just change, I would imagine. Yeah, maybe also 37, 32. I think it doesn't really make it a lot of difference in this position.
Maybe it's even a question here: who has the better position, or is it still black?
No, it's definitely a question. Because on
Scan is in favor of white now.
yeah,
Our
I-
computer
I
engine.
could imagine that being the case. Because white does have a good defense, of course, and yeah, his pieces are really going to the black side. Maybe via this route. It's a bit of a question, of course. So no, I don't think we'll change immediately. He also has the possibility to play 21-26.
Yeah, maybe he isn't even calculating very deep lines, but just
Yeah,
evaluating all the options and then think, okay, am I going to try this or
yeah.
will it just be a draw?
Small evaluations is mostly what you need in these types of positions to be.
And what do you think? The longer he thinks, is it the chances will be bigger that he will accept the draw offer, or the longer he thinks, the bigger the chances he will continue to play?
Yeah, for me it always works in a way that when I think a long time about a draw offer, it's a bit of a shame to then accept it because
Yeah.
you have wasted a lot of time. Then you can better also play just and try to win because yeah, it's a bit of a shame for the time loss.
So if you take very much time to consider it, and then you don't see anything, you play for maybe 2 or 3 moves just for the show, and then
Yeah.
offer the draw yourself.
Otherwise, it's a bit of a concession. You can concede that there's nothing left in the position. It's also a bit of a loss.
Yeah, and now, okay, he has 20 minutes left, so he used already 8 minutes to think about the draw offer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the longer he spends, the more likely it is he will continue. But yeah, even if the position is not really good for playing for a win.
Yeah, because if we check the engine now, it just says 0, so not even a slight advantage for black.
Yeah, it's not surprising.
Yeah, so the most difficult task is for us to keep on talking for 20 minutes. I think you will wait just to bother us.
Well, I think
to wait 15
looking,
minutes and then agree on the draw.
I think looking at his body language, he's about to make a decision. But yeah, there he goes.
Yes, okay,
So
you
he-
won.
so
You
he
won
did-
the bet.
He did play 7-12.
Oh, and immediately Schwarzman played a move as well.
Oh, 49. Okay.
Okay, that's also good psychology. Because if your opponent plays a move and then you start thinking for 20 minutes when you just offered a draw,
Mhm.
that would be a bit strange. Because you just said, okay, a draw, like, okay, this is nothing, let's play a draw.
Yeah.
Then if you start thinking, it's not a good sign.
No, Schwarzman has to prove it is a draw, and yeah, Hugo of course has to prove it is something to play for still.
Yeah. Yeah, now, how can he create something? If you play this move, can you...
Yeah, but this is not possible, right? Because of the 3 against 3. In this case, through this.
Yeah, this was the one I was thinking about, but yeah, this he was not allowed. But I saw there's even a better move here.
Just play this
Yeah,
move
that's
directly.
funny.
Yeah. This is even better. Yeah. Because now this is same combination as before. So you have to take this way. Now I can even try to delay Black's attack with one move, maybe 44-39, but it's not necessary, of course. I can just go to king immediately.
And there's even another, so this won't happen, of course, but there's even another possibility as I check the engine. You can also just play this move.
Oh yeah, that's also.
And now there's not a
yeah.
nice move for black anymore.
Yeah.
Because if you just play a move, then this of course will happen afterwards and take somewhere.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, this won't happen for sure.
Yeah, I would think we will play like 18-23.
Yeah, that's the most logical move, I think, because the other moves are just going or either to the edge or taking backwards.
Yeah. Yeah, we might transpose into something we've seen before.
Oh, he changed backwards.
Oh, you did change. Yeah. Also possible. Oh,
yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So this position.
Okay, but now can there be any chance for black to win this position?
Yeah.
Show us a line, a winning line for
Yeah,
black.
that would be quite a challenge, but yeah, it could be. I mean, black still has an attack. He has a piece on 27. If you change it like 30 to 32, then you can again go to 27. I mean, yeah, it's probably not sufficient for a win, but okay. it's also some psychology, of course. Yeah, maybe white plays like 44, 12, 18, 39. Yeah, it's very difficult to point out the win here for black.
But okay, still it's not nice when you just want to draw. It's always nicer when your opponent just agrees on a draw.
Yeah.
Now still Alexander has to prove it.
Yeah, but considering he still has 30 minutes or 20 minutes, how much do you have?
28, yeah, lots of
Yeah,
time.
I think there's not much that's going to happen. Yeah.
No, and he shows it now. I think with the way he's
Yeah.
sitting behind this board, he just shows. Yeah, okay, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
I'm just relaxing. Other side switches.
Yeah, but don't count your chickens before they hatch, as I would say. So it's still it's a human game. Humans make mistakes. So yeah, I mean, always possible to have blunders. I mean, the match rule against Jan, we saw some mistakes at a point where we didn't expect it. So yeah,
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
it's always we always have to be aware that anything can happen. So.
And now, according to the rules, Schwartzman isn't allowed to offer a draw. So if we will see
Yeah,
draw
the
offer,
unspoken
it should
rules,
be,
yes.
no, this is a real
Really?
one, I think.
Oh, okay.
I think so, but no one would blame you if you do
Oh,
it.
yeah,
all the
yeah,
time.
you-
It's not that you
Do you
will
know
lose the
how
game.
many moves do you have to have in between two draw offers, or?
No, I think it's just if you offer a draw and your opponent doesn't agree on it,
Mm-hmm.
then you cannot offer another one until your opponent.
Okay,
Offers one.
I've never read those rules, but yeah.
Okay, maybe they're unwritten as well, but I thought this is a real one.
Okay. Yeah, it would be strange to have a situation where someone is, making a draw for every 5 moves.
Yeah, sometimes you see this, especially with children.
Yeah.
You see them offering a draw just every move.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
And now we see some fast play by Alexander.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he just believes in his structure and his calculating skills to hope this to a draw, and
Yeah, this is a nice defending structure, right?
Yeah,
He's on
definitely.
47, is very strong. And this formation, you cannot play this move, of course, because of this small combination.
Yeah.
There's not much to be afraid of. Maybe now it's for people to think, when can I offer the draw now?
yeah. Yeah, I think the second draw is going to be on the board here very soon. But I mean, it was a bit of more of a fight than yesterday, at least.
Yeah.
Yesterday was maybe a bit of a disappointment, but very understandable. Very understandable.
Yeah, it's
excuse
something
me.
you expect for the first game in a match, I think. Yeah. Just seeing what the plan is of your opponent. No one wants to lose the first game, and that makes they don't bother it that much if it's a draw. It's more important not to lose than to win the first game.
Yeah, definitely. And you asked this question, right, yesterday about how many times someone has lost the first game of a match.
Yes.
It was only twice. Right?
In the previous 25 matches.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
25, yeah.
Yeah, because I looked it up, and the first match was in 1903, I think, 1903,
Okay.
something like that. But the results I couldn't find, so I couldn't check it for all matches, but for pretty much all they are known. So yeah, in the early days there were more victories in matches.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it didn't happen very often. And of course, it was funny to ask it to Jan.
Yeah.
Because he was one of the two.
Yeah, he had fallen victim to
Yeah.
to one of those.
And I didn't check how much it happened that the first two rounds were drawn, but I think also a lot of them.
Yeah, probably over 90%.
Yeah, I think so. The previous match between Roel and Alexander also needed 6 games before the first victory came.
So it's quite an interesting statistic that I believe also in chess matches that the 6th game has been very high on the score list of.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why, but the 6th game has been won and lost a lot of times in chess matches and maybe also draw matches. I didn't check, but it's a very interesting statistic.
Oh, that's nice. I will check it out for the draft matches, because I just thought, okay, for this match format, it's quite logical, because after the 6th game they would have had a tiebreak.
Yeah.
So then it's logical to take more risk in the 6th game, because there will be a decision anyway, either in the 6th or on the next day there will be a decision. So I just thought it would be logic to have it on the 6th game. And you also saw this in the previous match between these two players. That I think maybe from game 5 on, something like that, they started to take more risk. Also, Schwartzman started to take more risk. So maybe this is something we will see in this match as well.
Yeah, it's really a clash of styles. Also, Roel was more on the attack, and Schwartzman more on the not the defense but the surrounding.
It's clash between center and the edges.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen it yet. This clash. Yeah, but you're right. Today was already a bit more exciting. Yeah, until the point maybe the exchange from the 4 o'clock came.
Yeah.
So maybe if this line continues, then in 2 or 3 days we will have very special, exciting games.
Yeah, when they have a time to check out all the lines, and we will see some interesting games.
Yeah. Let's hope so. Because now the most exciting part is when the draw will be agreed, I think. Yeah. It's a pity that they have so much time at this moment. It would be better if they only had 5 minutes or something.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me a bit that also there are no time format changes, because at the end of December I played in Poland, and they had this time format where you have 90 minutes for 45 moves, I believe, and you don't gain any extra bonus for moving. I would have thought they would have implemented this here as well, but in this case, they didn't. Maybe something for next matches that they've planned, or I think in that way, there's at least some tension. Close to the 45th move. so that this position, for example, could also be very tense.
I think
Yeah.
for viewers that's a more exciting time control. Yeah,
Yeah.
I would like to see it. As a viewer, as a player, I don't know if I I would like it because I have some troubles in my time management, so I would be afraid to lose on the clock.
Mhm.
But as a viewer, I like it very much because you have this tension if they will reach the moves within the time they get.
Mhm.
And now, if you just get an extra minute added, you will never lose on the clock. That's something for sure. And these strong players, they will never lose on the clock.
No, definitely not. Yeah. It's a bit of a missed opportunity, perhaps, but I'm sure they had their reasons to keep it in this time format. But
It's also difficult when formats are changing each year.
Mhm.
It's nice to have this for using statistics. At least it's nice to have the same format because then you can compare the matches with each other. It's now difficult to compare this match, for example, this format with the format of 20 games, 20 games, and then no tie breaks. It's nice to compare scores, but okay, for time control it doesn't matter that much. I think you can just you can maybe change it. And I can imagine for players it's not so nice when rules are changing all the time. But on the other hand, all these time controls, the different time controls are getting so important to just be flexible as a player and be able to play blitz games, play rapid games, play super blitz games, and regular games. So I think it's part of the job of players these days to be flexible concerning time control.
Yeah, definitely, and I hadn't noticed that they had changed the time format prior to the tournament I played, but
Really?
yeah, no, I didn't notice, but
so you were playing your game, and at some point you thought, why don't I get this minute extra?
I got the information on the day of the opening, but I managed to have the schedule in mind very quickly, and I managed to have my time management just as usual, and it was very easy to get accustomed to the format. So I think if these players they play so many games, they have a very good sense of when to move, when to think, how long to think about certain decisions. It's all in their mind.
Did you have any problems concerning the time to make your moves?
No, not really. I mean, I don't really have issues like some people have with time management. Of course, I sometimes I would like to have 10 more minutes, but I don't have to. I didn't have situations where I had to make 20 moves in 5 minutes, for example. So that management problems, those management problems I don't have. But for sure it was getting accustomed to it for the first time. Yeah, it was a bit of a shock. Yeah.
This is something I know Alexander Schwartzman for, because when I was, I think, about 14 or 15 years old, I played my first big tournament in Brunsum, and Alexander Schwartzman was playing there, and probably he wasn't the only grandmaster playing there, so of course I was very impressed by already his presence at the tournament. So I was watching his games carefully. But what was also very impressive about him, we had this old time control, so 2 hours for 50 moves, and it happened a lot that he had to play. Well, in my memory, he had to play about 27 moves in 10 seconds. And still he managed to make it. It was very impressive.
Yeah, those were the times that there was always chaos. That's
Yeah.
also such a nice thing about the non-extra bonus time. Let's put it like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice to have these times.
I remember in the tournament in Nijmegen, they kept it for a long time. This time pressure, but at some point they also switched.
But I think there still is one tournament in the Netherlands. Amersfoort, maybe, could it be?
I've
Where
never
they
played.
still
I've
have
never played
this,
there, but yeah, it could be. Yeah. Mhm.
This time control, I think so. Yeah. And what do you prefer as a player? This
Yeah.
time, the old time control without the Fischer system, without the moves added, time added.
Yeah, I've not really played it all that much. I started playing the competitions in like 2009, and maybe that was the last year there was this old time format. So I can't really remember, but from what I experienced in Poland with the time pressure, the no Fischer, it was not too bad because it allowed my opponents to make mistakes.
Yeah.
Also, I made mistakes, of course, but maybe not as much due to my better time management.
Yeah, maybe it's beneficial for the stronger player,
Yeah.
the old system, because at some point both players have little time, and then I think always the stronger player, can just calculate more in little time.
Yeah, it switches the game completely from a classical game to a blitz portion. Like say, last few moves are just blitzing out. So yeah, mostly with blitz, the better player has an advantage. Okay, so we see Schwarzman changing some pieces.
So 5 against 5 now.
Yeah.
Isn't there a rule of your teammate Frits Lutijn? Or is it only it's just a general rule, right? Or is it only about
No,
classics?
I think he proposed it as a rule or something like it. But I think he said 5 against 5 is always draw or something, except the ones that aren't.
I thought also about the draw.
Yeah, it could be.
I thought even 7 against 7
Oh, seven
positions
against
are
7.
always
Yeah,
a draw.
I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah, some things I do remember, some things I like to keep hidden from my brain. But,
Well, at least there's one advantage for black. Black has more temps. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
But I think next move, White will definitely try to change this piece. Maybe he doesn't even have to, but I think it's a good way to make a draw.
Yeah, and then it's even 4 against 4, and still these defenders for this wing.
Yeah, he can also just play this, but yeah, it's a matter of taste maybe.
Yeah, maybe this is a good time for a rule to offer the draw.
Yeah, and that's Schwarzman has to accept it. No, I think he will.
But okay, it's always difficult, I think, when you don't accept the draw offer, then you need to find a good moment to accept to offer the draw yourselves.
Yeah.
I experience different problems. I always have I sometimes have the problem of when to give up.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I cannot find a good moment
Yeah.
to give up. If you wait too long, then the moment has gone, and you cannot find a good moment.
Yeah. You like to sit in your misery.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, 14, 19.
Yeah, so what would be the clearest way to show your opponent that there's no chance at all to go for a win? Probably exchange, right? The less pieces there are.
Yeah, I think this is the most clean way of doing it. Yeah, Schwarzman has not played it yet.
Oh, who even leaves the table now? We will have, if this will be a draw, of
Mhm.
course, we still have to talk about if. Then Schwartzman will join us for a small interview after the game.
Mhm.
I'm curious if he will be a bit frustrated about the long playing of continuation of playing by Roel.
Yeah, maybe, but I think he will not let himself get distracted by those things.
But maybe he will show it afterwards.
Yeah, maybe a bit
Could
to shake it off. I'm not sure, but
Could be an interesting interview. So for us viewers, they should keep watching here.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, now he still can take 19 minutes to think about his next move.
Yeah.
Time won't be a problem for them. Okay, so maybe we can show some line to just confirm this is a drawish position. For example, if I play like this, is there any variation to show?
Yeah, maybe 1823. No, you can.
Yeah, if you want to play for a draw, probably this move, and there is another exchange, right? Because another move you cannot, then this one you cannot play here,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
So then it's even 3 against 3. The only thing which can happen now is some nice opposition.
Yeah,
But even then, you can sacrifice a piece and
yeah, exactly.
go for a breakthrough. For example, something like this. Can this go wrong somehow? No.
No, I don't think so.
If you change backwards, now we get this opposition, but it's even not a problem. If you play like this, then
Yeah.
this is a nice position. The one who has to play will lose the game. But of course, you can just play this move, and now if you try to go for the opposition, you can go in between, and this is a draw as well.
Yeah.
But maybe Schwarzman is checking these kind of lines just to be sure he won't fall for an opposition, because opposition is always, it's only one attempt, so
Yeah.
you should always check if it's good for you or wrong for you, or just a draw.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, in this situation,
Yeah, with so much time, it's not really looking like it's going to be any of that at all.
oh, I used the wrong board, I think, to show the line, or not. Maybe I did.
Yeah, yes. Maybe. Yeah, maybe 33 is also a nice way to make a draw. I was looking at this move, 1924. Now you can play this. Yeah, it's still a bit tricky though. And then this. Yeah, if you take this piece is going to kill it, so. Yeah, this is also be a draw.
This would be the line you would prefer to
No.
play.
I think he has played 30 or 32.
Ah, yeah, he went for the exchange. Yeah, it's funny as Jan indicated how you will search for the most tricky lines to go for a draw.
Yeah.
Just to show how good calculator you are.
I think at this point we will make a move and offer a
Yeah.
draw. Yeah.
Oh, you're completely right.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yes,
So
please.
that's it.
This and a draw on the board. Yeah.
Oh, they're analyzing now. Maybe we can switch quickly. Oh no, that's unfortunate. I think we don't have the sound from the playing hall. Okay, that's it for now. But we will be back. We will be back with Alexander Schwartzman. So keep on watching, and we will be back soon.
It's a stream for.
Hello everyone, we are back again together with Alexander Schwartzman now. Hi
Hello.
Alexander.
Hello.
You've had your first two games. How are you feeling?
I feel still alive, so it's okay.
Okay. What is your strategy for this match? Is it the same as your previous match against Roel Boomstra?
I don't remember what was my last strategy. The last match. Maybe you could tell me. It's good.
Maybe
Or it's a
it
secret?
was a bit like you try to play solid games maybe and try to force Roel to play some dangerous plans.
Yes, but I think rule almost never do this. That's a
No.
problem. That's a problem. I tried the last match, but yeah. Now I just try because rule. I think I'm sure he got good preparation, and then okay, I just try to play what I can, normal, without big risk. So
And
wait. What rule will do?
And will you take more risks at some point? Maybe for example, when we have 5 draws in a row, and then in game 6 maybe, because then otherwise you will have the tiebreak.
Yeah, but maybe, who knows? Maybe in tiebreak, because in tiebreak anyway somebody must win. So maybe my intuition give me some feeling when I have to do it. Maybe I will not tell you. Who knows?
Yeah, okay, that's your right.
Yeah. Maybe I don't know myself in this moment. I just play because he's 2 times younger, so he must try to win, not me.
Yeah. And can you show us something about the game of today?
Yeah, today was one nice moment. What is now, I hope, in the monitor. Yes.
Yes.
I played to 25, and then I make some nice variant, nice forcing. I think this move maybe it's already losing. I don't know, because I go to 19. You must go to down.
Yeah, this is a very nice line, a very tricky line.
Yes. You must take so. Yes. Make down. So this is nice position. Probably I know this idea. I knew this idea before from some games, but it's not always going well. But now black pieces stay so, then they don't have a possibility. But black pieces stay bad, and I'm now going to change the down. This is big problem for even the black has 1 piece more, but I didn't see even what they can do, because now trade, for example, if so, or other move, if so, I go so. And also important, at first I was thinking maybe it is okay, maybe when you go to here, yes, but then down goes not to 26, but to 2.
Yes.
And this is winning.
Yeah, this was exactly the same thought we had at the first sight. We thought this was a possibility,
Yes,
but then
and if black goes somewhere down, try to get free, then it's also not possible because this idea. So, and if you take even 2 here, then you see black piece on 7, then I take 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then other move also bad. For example, if so, I think just this move. Yeah. And then maybe something else also. I don't know, but this looks okay for me. I get down for 3 pieces, but I think it's not really catching now on my down. So that was maybe the most important moment of the game, because I think this is good move. Because otherwise, position of black I think a little bit better, and then white must do good moves.
Yeah. This
So,
was, this
so
was a
what I do
beautiful line.
mostly in my game, especially in match, in some important moments, I feel when I must, and then that's why, because always it's yes, and now it's already yes. Without this plan, now Black cannot do better because after this move, for example, I already play this, and then position already I think maybe even better for me because I go to play, and Black goes, I don't know where.
Nowhere.
Yes, and the same of 7-11 because this formation on 7 very important piece. And if I go 29 again, I have my formation and Black lose formation. So that's
This formation you mean, right?
yes,
The-
formation
yeah.
7, 12, 18.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, I can show what was happened later maybe if it is interesting. Yes, but now it's not anymore very interesting because yeah, of course, okay, Black has a advantage, tempo advantage, but this plank not really strong, and that's why give me possibility for not so difficult draw. And I have all my defender of 47 and 49, so it's not a big problem. After that was not just I must keep it.
Was it frustrating for you that you had to play from the moment you offered to draw and then?
No,
We'll
absolutely
continue to
not,
play.
because still Black has better position and Rule has absolutely right. Don't agree for draw, for example. No, I must. No. It's good for me to try to train my defense because you know usually in game not in match but in other game usually I'm not often get.
You're not
Passive
used
position,
to.
not so used like for example Georgiev. He sometimes get terrible position, but he can defend any position.
Yeah.
What is before? Now I'm not sure, but okay, yes, before. But not me because I have another style. Mostly I play. So it's good if I get little worse, and then I try my maybe in future. it
Well,
helps.
maybe in the World Championship, the last World Championship, you had some worse positions, right? But you
Not
defended
worse,
even
maybe
so-
maybe even I don't have maybe worse, but maybe even losing position.
Yeah, and you managed
It's
to
some-
win them. So
Yes,
one of
but,
them.
but it was a little bit sharp position, not like this. And
Yeah.
this position, no chance to win. Only you must defend. Yes, in World Championship, of course, I have it. Okay, it's happened.
okay,
So,
so
Alexander, in the opening, were you also trying to look at 28, 23 instead of?
Yes, I can see. Yes, I can show. Yes, that's. I'm sure it was possible, but I'm also sure the role prepare this opening. Absolutely sure. Not rule, but maybe Netherlands team, Balakin, Sebras, I don't know, doesn't matter. Yes, that's why it was not my plan, really. It was not really my plan.
Yeah, maybe here.
Yeah, I want to play so. I want to play so. Then I see he probably changed, I think.
Yes.
26. Then I want to play this. Then he play 930. Then I want to play this. And then he play 410.
Not 14.
Yes, 4. Because 5 is nothing. 5 is, if you play 5, I can just wait. And he has not many moves to wait. I think it's better for me. Because if he will move piece 4 or 2, that will be risky for him.
Yeah.
But
because
he
you
must.
can never play this move.
Yeah. Now probably he must play 3-9 and 19, 13, 19. So, but after 4-10, he has no risk. Only I have risk because I think in any move, he what I see, I don't like his change in front because it's a lot of tempo.
Mm-hmm.
And later he got and usually but maybe I can do, but he has no risk. For example, if I play this, he can always do now or later, he can always do like this. Now maybe not in front because I got 27 and change, but he can always do like this. And it look little bit better for him still because of this my flank a little bit. Okay. Yeah, so it's not because I was really afraid of this. If will be possibility to go 23 next time, be sure I will do it.
Okay, good.
But because of this variant, I didn't see, for example, so change in front, and I like this position more for black because a lot of tempo. Maybe yes, something like so maybe, and if I go this, maybe already he can to 7 or 5, 10, 10, 14. I don't know. It looks, I think, better for black.
Yes.
You know. So that was the reason I didn't do it, and of course it was prepared before, and not by me, unfortunately. So I knew they prepare very well. Okay, maybe during the game I will see some new variants.
Okay, so we should hope for you to find a new.
Yes,
interesting
now it's
variation
okay,
song.
but it will be some new variants in Blitz. So it will be, of course, more heavy for me because in Blitz, or like Rule did in last match, he knew a lot and he played some variants the same in the game when I lost. He played the same in Super Blitz. And when I made the best move, I think. And then he knows it's the best, and he easy make forcing and do draw. So he has no risk. It looks like risky position for him, but he knew.
Yeah.
And I must play with my head, which is 54 years old. So okay, but okay
Yeah,
for
but you
me.
need to prepare some lines yourself. Then you can beat him in the opening, maybe.
Yeah, but it's it's another story.
Okay.
You need time for this.
Okay. What will you be doing now to take some rest?
Now a little rest, maybe we walk. Today is good weather, because I know in Netherlands, when it is warm, it's always not so good. When it's warm, it's always rain and wind. But when it become little cold, it's very good.
We
I
don't have
like.
that much rain.
Yes, not rain, and today was fantastic weather. Maybe go for walk a little bit, and then yes, maybe little sleep still, and then eat.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
it's okay.
Okay, thanks a lot,
Yes,
thank you very
Alexander,
much.
for joining
Okay,
us.
good
And
luck.
Okay.
yeah, good luck for
Thank you.
the upcoming days. Okay, so that's it for today. Thanks a lot also Jitse for joining me here.
No problems.
You will be back. Do you know the day? Let me check.
I think the 10th, which is a Monday, I believe.
Let's see. Yes, already in round 5, the 10th of January, Monday.
Yep.
Jitse will be back with us, and tomorrow I will be here with Jan Groenendijk, and Martijn van IJsendoorn is joining us also for maybe half an hour, something like that.
Yep.
So yeah, we will be back tomorrow. So see you back.
Goodbye.